take that moment to just reset.
Can't have a master board unless everyone does it. Now the retreat, this is master board training, where they come and they talk to us about how the six of us work together and other things, but. I thought it was when you had stuff where you go to a certain level of certification, they get another job. That's a certified board. No, that's for the master board training, where they come here and. You have questions, you can talk to.
Okay, great.
We'll have to put them on the 26th, but it's by each firm.
Okay, perfect, thank you so much.
Oh, yeah?
Swing set in our yard.
Yeah.
We got the swings, we got the swings.
Where's the meditation?
To hang, stagnant furniture.
I did it,
Cause I had.
you did it once,
I have a small baby one and just.
is it a masterboard thing, or you did, you did it?
A couple of them are
Fixing to have it.
You did it one day?
Took 3 hours to move it. And you have your wheelbarrow.
Yeah, I know, I was here
I'm trying to get asphalt off of the tree into that pond. It would have been, especially in the out.
I have to show you a picture of my garden I put in. It's full of things. It's just,
Actually, no,
blank slate.
is that, I mean, I'm freezing it too, even though.
It's done.
I have this one that's on stage. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the masterboard training that was what we did a long time ago, right?
right,
Not
yeah,
the certification where you get, yeah.
right, yeah.
It's just our facilitators, basically.
Do anything for us?
It's kind of difficult to do them.
No. 26.
It's not good, the first one there ready to go. And we bring them in to sit in here. So when she comes through, they let us in the office. And they got them into the hall. So we can't watch each other. Or am I advising them not to watch each other? And then the conference room. Is that? It's not on, thank you.
The bingo CRT.
Yeah, I just told them, well, please
That
don't.
would get like a nuclear.
Well, that's true.
So I had this, this was my regular one. I didn't build it
Excuse
myself.
me, now you need all of the notes that we take during the meeting. What about notes that we take in personal conversations we have with them or from the book that we have?
Any notes you have.
All
or
notes
take
that we take
Can
have to be
be,
turned
can be
in.
public record, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
you just let me know when you're ready, I'll bring the first one in.
So all of that was put in, it was just a, like, and he put in the whole password, I put everything, and I did a lot of discussing that. And then, hopefully, for the, I love it, it really is, in my office, faces all. It might be my job, or the computer. It is around. So that it was a hobby for school board, now it was not for.
How about, if we allow the, to make their brief introductions and an overview, you know, for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll go down the line and ask questions, starting with Bridget for the first one, and you can start with the second one, and then we'll go back around for following questions. Is that all right with everyone?
Works for me.
Keep it in orders, and we'll ask one question. And if the speaker has a follow-up question regarding that, you can answer, otherwise that we keep going.
And we did allow them 15 to 20 minutes for presentation if they wanted to
Can't
provide.
hear you.
We did allow them 15 to 20 minutes for presentation if they wanted to provide.
All right, 15, 20, all right.
And once you let me know when you're ready, I'll go get the first one.
Are they here?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, I thought we were waiting on them.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry.
If you're ready, you want to begin?
Yes.
Start the meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
We are opening up the monthly work session, which will be the interview of the attorney candidates. First up, we have the firm of Weiss, Sarasota, Healthman, Cole, and Bierman. We will start with a 10 to 20-minute introduction from the firm, followed by a series of questions by the members. We'll start one at a time, then we'll go back around and ask another question. All notes will be kept part of a public record, so be sure that we turn those in. You may start when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name is John Quick from Weiss, Sarasota, Healthman. With me today is Sarah Johnston. My partner, Mitch Bierman, had also planned to be here, but he was in close contact with someone who later tested positive for COVID, so he's staying home in an abundance of caution. First and foremost, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present today and for considering us. I understand that we'll have 15 minutes to present, followed by 45 minutes of a question and answer period. I'm also happy to give each of you my cell phone at the end so that you can contact me should you have any additional questions arise. During the 15 minutes, I'd first like to tell you a little bit about Weiss Sarasota, and then tell you a little bit about me before turning it over to Sarah so she can tell you a bit about herself. Weiss Sarasota is a unique law firm in that it's one of only a few firms in the state that truly is a full-service government firm. And what I mean by that is that since our inception 30 years ago, we've served as general counsel for local governments, school boards, and special districts throughout the state, as well as special counsel to numerous more. We understand the pressures that are put upon local governments because dealing with it on a daily basis is what we do. We're the city attorney for about 18 municipalities, and in many instances, we've been with cities for decades and have been the only attorneys that some of our cities have ever had. To me, really the importance of that cannot be underscored enough. As elected officials, you all are no doubt sensitive to the fluid nature of politics, Yet in some cases, there are still constants that are around. And we have been such a constant in many of our government clients. And the way we do that is, first, we're very good at what we do. And we have many statewide experts within the firm, all of whom would be at the school board's disposal should we be selected. But second, and probably equally as important, is that we give honest and accurate guidance regardless of who's asking. In other words, regardless of where you may fall on the political spectrum or your platform, you'll get the same answer to the same question regardless of who posed it. And the proof of that is in our long-term relationships with our government clients. We wouldn't have 30-year long government clients if we played politics with our guidance and our answers. It's just plain simple. If we did, then as the elected officials changed, we'd inevitably no longer be there. But thankfully we have. Third, we also know and we understand our role. We're not policymakers. We're not a sixth school board member. We're here to help guide you to legal compliance and to try to assist you to legally accomplish whatever it is the board may want to accomplish. In addition, our clients have at their disposal attorneys who cover virtually every practice area the school board and district could possibly need. And should the school board choose us, as I mentioned, every attorney in our firm would be available to it should it be necessary. The board would not need to go outside to hire other law firms to assist in important areas of law. By way of example, our land use and zoning department works with dozens of local governments as outside counsel throughout the state on a regular basis, and in fact, has worked with the Sarasota County School Board and the district in the past to assist in its school concurrency plan. One of my partners has served as outside counsel for the Broward County School Board for over 30 years, dealing with issues ranging from property acquisitions to new school development to cell tower agreements and beyond. We also have a similar relationship representing the Miami-Dade County School Board as well. In addition, we served for over a year as the interim school board attorney for the school district of Lee County while they were searching for their new in-house board attorney. I sat with the board, I guided them in both what we used to call normal times, as well as through the beginning of the COVID pandemic at the end of last school year, which, as I'm sure you all experienced, was quite challenging getting moving and adjusting the meetings and how things were done. During our tenure, we helped them to streamline their procurement process. We helped to create more uniform contracts to better benefit the board and the district. We were also retained by them after our interim period to help assist them. They had an issue where the state auditor general actually came in and felt that they were in violation of a state statute. I'm happy to say that we were able to get them over that hump. We worked with the Department of Education as well as the General Counsel's Office for the DOE. Advocated on their behalf, and the DOE actually in fact sided with our guidance and found that there was no violation by Lee County and overruled the Auditor General. So I was very happy to be able to do that as well. However, I think the most proud I was of our work with Lee County was that we were able to help them to secure over $2 million in state funding. This is something we worked with staff on, and we're able to craft some strong and sometimes creative arguments to get that sometimes difficult funding. The reason I say this is one of my most proud moments with them, and this is kind of a little bit about me, is that I like to see the legal department not just as an expense, but one that can be at least revenue neutral and hopefully be revenue positive. By obtaining $20 million in funding that they may not have otherwise been entitled to, it really gave me great pride to know that we were most certainly revenue positive for Lee County. So that's just a little bit about one of my favorite aspects over at Lee County. But to get back a little bit more with Weiss Serota, let me tell you a little bit about some of the unique expertise we have to offer. I previously mentioned our land use and zoning department, which is one of the best in the state. Beyond the wealth of expertise is the fact that our land use attorneys have worked for both governments and private clients. So we understand the issues from all angles, and we'll be able to give you all guidance and insight from all of those angles. The same can be said about our procurement guidance. And, honestly, procurement is one of those areas that a lot of times goes unnoticed, but is really one of a very, very important aspect of any local government. And it's specialized and fraught with pitfalls. But it's an area, if done right, can give the board and the district the most legal protection out there and really the most bang for its buck. We're also used to working with Tallahassee, and would be happy to utilize our experience at the state level, whether it be with the Department of Education, the state legislature, or the executive. We're also comfortable working with a state lobbyist should the board retain one and desire us to work with him or her. We are on top constantly as part of our work, constantly on top of new bills that are being proposed, where those stand, new statutes coming out, because a lot of, for most governments, really all governments, being ahead of the curve when those statutes come out is really important, and understanding what's coming out of Tallahassee, how that's going to impact you locally is really, really important for any local government. In addition, and sometimes one of the more trying areas of education law, our experience representing school boards in the student and employee discipline hearings will be available to the board. I've sat through and guided boards on numerous of these hearings, and while never particularly enjoyable, they're an important part of the education process, and having good guidance during those is really necessary for the board as well as the district moving forward with its students and employees. The firm's litigation attorneys and labor attorneys will also be available to the board at the board's disposal, which should help ensure continuity, as well as ensure that that the board is represented by a firm that intimately understands the internal board matters, but also how each lawsuit and labor issue fits into the grand scheme of things for the board. Some other areas of law that would be available range from capital improvements to eminent domain, to bonds, to real estate, or even just as a municipal firm, just the general understanding and guidance of basic government issues like public records and the Sunshine Law. But one final area that I'd like to highlight really is ethics. We're lucky enough to be able to offer one of the foremost, if not the foremost, attorney on ethics in the state, one of my partners, and he would also be at your disposal. So if you have questions, on even whether it's a big question or even something that you feel is minute on a day-to-day ethical issue, he'll be available to you to help you to make the most informed decisions on governing while complying with the state ethics law. And this expertise is really invaluable because it will help you to make those decisions before you act. And as elected officials, knowing the ethics law before you act is of the utmost importance. It'll also be beneficial when it comes to internal investigations and reports of potential misconduct, should the board ask us to get involved in those. We've helped conduct such investigations at some of the highest levels of local government, from Northern Florida down to the Keys. And like I said, having someone like us on board will allow each of you individually as well as the board collectively to receive the best guidance before acting. And now just a little bit about me before I turn it over to Sarah. I'm a proud product of public schools. My wife is as well. My kids are in public schools. But really, if there's one thing that I can leave you here with today about me personally, it's really why I do this type of work. For me, it's about personal fulfillment and self-gratification. It's being able to work with a local government that has the ability to impact, hopefully positively, the lives of its residents, especially when you're talking about a school district, when you have the opportunity to help young children grow or introduce them to opportunities that they may not know have existed or may not have had the confidence to even think they could obtain. For me to be able to work with a school board, no matter how small my role might be, is just so personally fulfilling. And that's really why I do this type of work. And so that's like I said, it's just kind of one thing, if you can take away from today about me personally, is it's just such a personally fulfilling and just such a gratifying experience to be able to have, like I said, hopefully a positive experience on the residents. So I'll turn it over to Sarah so she can talk a little bit about herself, and then we'll be available for any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. Thank you very much for your time today, your consideration. A little bit about my background. I've been in public sector government since about 2009. I've been practicing as an attorney for local governments since 2011. I was in-house with 2 municipalities in Dade County up until March of last year. My last position, I was a city attorney, but I have been working with Weiss Sarasota as an in-house attorney for that time. And part of the reason I looked at actually joining the firm was their philosophy matched mine as a practitioner and working in government, which is the objective is to facilitate the board members' objectives. It's to work with the administration to ensure that your policy direction is executed. We're making sure that we're giving sound advice. We're not getting involved in the politics other than from a legal position. And just their breadth of knowledge is, I wanted to be a part of that. But just personally, I've, advised more boards than I can count. I've attended more meetings than anybody would ever like to count. And I love what I do. I pursued government law because I like practicing in different areas. But what was interesting is actually prior to becoming an attorney, my background in education, both my parents are educators, have been for their entire life. I have grown up in education. I spent several years doing behavioral intervention, implementing IEPs in Seminole and Orange County schools. So if I have a passion in life, it is education. So this opportunity is personal to me. I have spent my entire life immersed in education, the importance and the impact that has on individuals, families, and children. So thank you very much for your consideration. And we're here for any questions that any of you have.
Thank you. Our first question will come from Bridget Ziegler.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate the time and interest. And I appreciate you guys had a very comprehensive overview of your firm. You highlighted a lot, and I know there's no doubt you guys have a substantial experience in the public sector. My question is, and I did read this on the fee schedule, but because your offices are located on the other coast, how would you foresee, because our general counsel who would be sitting here, which I presume would be you, with the regular accessibility to be over here, and how is that baked in from the fee scheduling as well? Yeah,
I do want to mention we also do have a Tampa office, which is where Sarah is from. So,
okay.
So we are local as well.
Okay.
But I am in our Dade office. In terms of my accessibility, I mean I would be, as accessible as the board desires and wishes me to be. If the board wants me here on a regular basis, I will be, whether it's, in the school board chambers or, at our office, at an office here, on the Gulf Coast. In terms of commuting, I wouldn't charge for my time to commute over. I mean, obviously, unless I was engaged in a phone conference. I mean, the beauty of, the drive is it gives me some quiet time to actually be able to conduct business. So it's nice. One of the other things we found is also, there haven't been a lot of great things that have come out of the COVID pandemic, but one of the things we have found is that we can be a lot of places via video conferencing and other ways. Whereas, if we're not necessarily physically present, we can still be present and equally as effective. But like I said, if whatever amount the school board wishes me to be here, we would also, I have no, if the board would prefer to have somebody like Sarah, who is in Tampa, present here, I would have no problem stepping aside. Maybe I'd have a little bit of hurt pride, but I can handle that. I've had that happen before. So,
Madam Chair,
but the
I want to
proposal.
clarify something.
Okay.
So that's okay. So because at our meetings, typically, I know Mr. Hardy isn't here, we have a sitting attorney with us for just basic governance to, even from a parliamentarian standpoint. Would that be you or would that be Sarah?
The proposal was for me,
Okay.
but like I said, if the board feels it's a better fit with Sarah, I'd be, we want to go with whatever's the best fit for you. But the proposal has been, and it was
That's
always
what
my
okay,
understanding.
So I want to make sure I didn't misunderstand that. Okay.
Yeah, but it was always my understanding, yes, that I would be here for the meetings,
Okay, good.
physically present, seated over, either there or wherever you might have me.
Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And next is Karen Rose.
Thank you very much for being here and your application, and I had my question answered, and I just want to say I very much appreciate your depth of government experience, focus on community, and the statements you've made about politics and ethics, and thank you.
You have no other questions on that?
No other questions?
Jane Goodwin?
You're not going next?
As chair, I'm waiting to go last.
You get to
I'm,
choose?
always reaching out to my fellow board members,
Oh, that's so
giving them the edge.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you.
It's so unlike me,
Chair.
though.
Yeah.
I want to thank you as well for being here. And of course, I have concern about the logistics of your not being local, and you've heard that already, but you have worked with other municipalities. And of course, for me, I'm conflicted a bit because sometimes I see things in two different directions. I see we only have two employees. We have the superintendent and the attorney. And there are things that affect us on the board, and then there are other things that affect the school district. So as you've seen working with Lee in Miami and Broward and Dade and Palm Beach and others, they have sometimes two different attorneys working for a school district. And I'm questioning, have we gotten to that point yet? So some of the things that you answered, I think were clearly on both sides of those issues. But what we're here today to look at is to look at support for the board. We are a nonpartisan board, and I know that things are very political everywhere in the state now. But, you brought some issues in that I hadn't even thought of for an attorney, which was, what's going on in Tallahassee, those kinds of things, which I call governmental affairs, which we really have a lobbyist that has pretty much worked with us, capital cities, for that. But I like the fact that that you do have some of those experiences, and you're certainly looking at and seeing how that impacts boards. But I guess my first question would be, let's say we have a board meeting twice a month, and we expect somebody to sit in that seat and to help us with parliamentary rules. We have an interesting board, and we have an interesting citizenry. And have you had some experience in parliamentary issues? Because those require some special training and are different from what you might have experienced with other municipalities.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't want to speak for Sarah, but I assume the answer is the same, which is absolutely. I mean, we serve as the attorney for whether it's a school board, like with Lee County, I was the parliamentarian with Lee County, or whether it's a city or another special district. Any parliamentary issues usually get referred over to the attorney. And yes, we do have experience with that. Actually, if I were to go in my bag, I have Robert's Rules actually in my bag with me, so I carry that around. You'll see it's quite beat up, although it is the most recent version.
Yeah, and I'll follow up with John. I actually had the pleasure of serving several boards that use Mason's rules. I'm familiar with Mason's. Robert's Rules, I'm familiar with when boards have their own rules, hybrid, very comfortable with that. And just to kind of reiterate, I am local. I live in Tampa. It was 45 minutes, not there completely. And so I think John and I are both pretty comfortable that he has no problem being here for the meetings. And then we could also kind of supplement, because we do recognize there's typically a need for the administration. So we're happy to ensure that we're meeting everyone's needs. And that's kind of, I think, why we're both here.
Thank you. Tom Edwards?
Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Morning.
I appreciate that I was able to schedule a Zoom call with you guys, and we're hopefully doing a deeper dive than some of the work and questions that I have for you here today. Couple of things. I think that as I perused all of the 5 firms, best I can answer is that there's strengths and weaknesses for all 5 firms. So my goal is to try and seek some of those things out, answer some of those questions, and then hopefully deliberate with my fellow board members and come up with a consensus of who will be the best fit. Having said that, I want to just, I noted here how you list your clients. And some of them are, to Mrs. Goodwin's point, the way that you worded them, that you support boards and then you support districts. Is that in fact true? You support, as a firm, separately boards and then also districts?
You know, it depends on what the client is looking for. Like in Lee County, we were the board attorney. They had a separate attorney, and they still have a separate attorney for administration. So we were there as the board attorney supporting the board. But yes, we have done work representing administration as well. When we've been retained as like outside counsel by, whatever the school district might be. So we have experience with both, but we do understand that the request for letters of interest here was for the board attorney. But I did want to highlight the fact that we do have expertise elsewhere, because that would also be available should you desire it, or just to at least have the insight as to what it might be like. So we have done both, yes.
Great. Madam Chair, are we going one question at a time? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thanks.
My question is, have you done any background checks on our board? I mean, do you know what kind of cases we've been involved with recently, and do you have any?
We are aware of a few things that we did some research, obviously on the board as well as the district before putting the proposal in, as well as before coming here today. And also I'm very active, I'm active in the Florida School Board Attorneys Association, so there's discussion throughout that as well. So we are aware of it, not necessarily intimately aware, we haven't pulled all of the filings and things like that, but yes, we are aware of some of the most recent cases, in particular the disability issue that has received quite a bit of publicity, yes.
Thank you. Bridget?
Again, you had a very comprehensive overview. I think I got some clarity. I think the continuity, as I've said before, oftentimes the board, the general counsel plays such a significant role, not so much in the public aspect, but in one-offs guiding us through a variety of various challenges. And so knowing that, and I appreciate that's why I wanted to clarify, having Sarah here, because she's local, but knowing that the continuous relationship would be with the firm, but then that you would be the one sitting in that seat, basically, that we would be, absent any kind of circumstance that could make you there, but especially in this current time with COVID. But so you clearly clarified that. I think some other areas that you mentioned and I did see in here were, and to Mrs. Goodwin's point, that there is a breadth of opportunities, particularly in the government affairs aspect. And I guess if I go back again to the fee schedule, and again, when I read through it, there's no question in my mind that you guys have substantial experience, so that's clear. But then when we kind of, and I know I read after 3 or 4 months, getting a better sense of kind of what level of work, the workload that would be put upon you, because I think that would also be incumbent upon the superintendent and administration's position on how they want to move forward. Although at this point, I think we've said we're going to have, it would be combined similarly to how we were doing it before. So would all of those be encompassed in the governmental affairs or et cetera? Is that part of the entire package, or is that just to be determined as we work forward?
That's all part of the hourly rate that we described. Everybody would fall under the exact same rate. It's so I guess we would call it like a blended rate, where some might be higher and lower, and it blends together for the rate we proposed. Mm-hmm. Like we mentioned before, if after about 3 or 4 months, we'd be happy if the board would prefer to do something like a flat fee. we'd be happy to do that. We just, frankly, it
Of course,
was just
you
too
have to
difficult for
understand what the
us
scope of work is before we do that. I understand, but so that was
Exactly.
good. I appreciate you noting that. That's something we could also look at, because being cognizant of our expenditures, especially with billable hours. So I appreciate it. Those are questions for me.
Yeah, we know how to work within a budget, and so we will work with you all, and yeah.
Karen Rose? I'm good. Your application was very thorough, and I appreciate all the information. Jane?
Well, I guess this remains to be seen, but I certainly have had a couple of discussions with other school districts. But, how responsive are you to calls? How responsive are you to getting here if there is an issue, a special board meeting or something of that type? You have how many partners do you have in the firm?
There are a
Ballpark.
little over 60 attorneys.
Okay.
In terms of partners, partner level versus associate, I'm not sure the breakdown.
Associate and partners combined.
Yeah, it says there's just over 60 attorneys. All of you will have my personal cell phone. My goal is to be responsive. That's what because if I'm not, I won't be here the next month. So being responsive is kind of one of the biggest things that comes to representing a board, because no matter what wealth of knowledge I might have, if you can't get a hold of me to get that, it's really of no use to you. So in terms of if there's a special board meeting, that's part and parcel why Sarah and I are proposing to partner together, because if for some reason it's set and it's happening less time than I can get here, we have somebody locally as well who will be know the workings of the board as well. So it took me about 3.5 hours to get here yesterday. I understand there wasn't really that much traffic, but I grew up in the Midwest where I'm used to driving.
Long haul flat roads are good for you.
Yes.
I have a follow-up with that. I'm sorry, I asked a number of partners. So let's say we needed some special attention. Are you going to just do that on your own or consult with the school board?
If you needed, I take...
A special case, a special situation that you needed to call in another partner.
What
process would you use?
So we'll say if you have an ethics issue, if a board member were to call me about an ethics issue, I would either speak with my partner to get the advice, but I might ask my partner, his name is Robert Myers, to give you all a call to have that conversation, so that you have it. That way you get I don't have the same level of expertise on ethics that he does, where he would be able to give you the answer right off the bat, wouldn't have to do, frankly, probably wouldn't have to do the research, and would just be able to give you the answer. So they would be at your disposal. So I guess it would depend on the issue, but I would, if the board would not want me to do it that way, I would take my guidance from the board.
But you're a one-stop shop, that's what you're saying?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom?
Just for the record, I have several quick questions, so I just want to put that out there. And I know we're on time, but if we don't,
If
we
they're
don't
very
get to
quick,
all of them,
I'll give you 3 minutes.
okay. But if we don't get to all of them,
All
I know we'll be able to follow up. I want to reiterate. I was on the back of Mrs. Ziegler's chat about the blended rate. That is something, rate obviously is going to be a concern. So, and I understand and appreciate what you've put forth in terms of it takes some time to figure out where that rate's going to be. So I get that. But I want to go back as a follow-up to my first question about board versus district. I was wondering if you, because I'm new to this, if you could elaborate on what your philosophy is on best practice, board versus district.
It really depends on the district. So that's a hard one to. It's a very good and very difficult question. It really depends on the district and depends on the size. It also. A lot of that deals with the board members' confidence in administration. Honestly, I tend to prefer to have it all go through one, because you don't have that. You have somebody who answers to the board, and is going to be giving, we're going to give the correct guidance regardless of whether it's the board or if somebody from staff is asking. But if you have somebody who has to answer to the board, I just think there's kind of a different level of responsibility that goes there when you have to answer to the board as well as administration. And I think that is beneficial to a school district and to a board to have that. But I do recognize some districts are just so large that it really doesn't make sense to have have one person do it all. If I remember correctly, Sarasota, I haven't looked in a while, it was probably I think you're about 18th in terms of school population, somewhere around there. So you guys are probably kind of in that middle range where, you might be considering, going to have, to split up the duties, but I'm not necessarily sure if you guys are there yet. Again, I didn't really give you an answer, but part of it is I don't really know your inner workings.
That's okay. I really asked the question because I wanted insight into your philosophy. So thank you for your answer. Thanks.
My question has to go, sometimes issues come up at a school site, and the principal can call our attorney for guidance. One issue that came up, I believe, last year is there was a mother who regained custody of her 5 children, and there were several instances of abuse that were reported. The caseworker calls the principal and says, "You got to tell your teachers to quit calling. They're harassing this parent." And a teacher comes up and says, "This child has showed up with bruises today. What should I do?"
Okay, and so the question would be, posed to the attorney, what should the do? I mean, I would, in instances like that, I assume that the teacher has documented all of the instances, or at least he or she could document the instances where those issues have arisen. But at a certain level, you do need to contact the state if there is a concern about child abuse that is a recurring issue, that the story or the explanation of it just does not add up. And at some point, you do have to get there. So I guess I would want to speak with the principal to find out, where we are in that process, what has been documented, and what the understanding is, because I mean, that's what I would first do. I would take a look and see where we are, what's been documented, what has been the responses, and to see, like I said, at some level, the state does end up getting involved.
Yeah, well, the bottom line is we are required to report all abuse.
Yeah.
So
that's why I say I want to see what it is, because if they have a bruise on their shoulder and the parent says, well, they were playing soccer and they got they fell on, they ran into the goalpost or something, you need to find it at that point. It doesn't really rise to that. It's not abuse. But so that's why I'd say I'd want to have an understanding. I mean, based on the way you
just suspected, they need to call.
Yes, but based on the way you described it, I anticipate that the state was involved in that instance. Okay. Yes.
Bridget, do you have another question?
Well, to say, I think hinting off some of the questions I've heard, I think because we've had a general counsel for so long, and so there's a lot of knowledge just by relationship, so being able to pick up, this is more for the board, but I'll bring it forward here, we're reaching out to an executive director or principals knowing to reach out to them, and I think those systems will be something we as a board and the superintendent, no matter who's selected, may have to put processes in place so that, because compliance and urgency for a circumstance that Mrs. Brown just brought up, or a myriad of other ones, making sure that we do have proper policies and procedures in place that are reviewed, but also that in a circumstance when they need legal advice, so that we're not sitting and waiting, because time is of the essence in those circumstances. And so that, I guess, in a bigger picture or scheme, is that legal expertise is always accessible. It's just us figuring out the quickest methods of making sure to get you on the phone or wherever it is.
Yeah, I think regardless of who you choose, and obviously we would hope you would choose us, but I think regardless of who you choose, it's important for your attorney to have those connections and so that staff and administration can reach out to him or her and has that ability. So I do think that that's important, and we found that the best under the best situations is when the attorney and staff and administration have a good relationship and are able to have those communications and quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there was just one more, and then I will be done, I promise. I did think this is important to highlight, and was the procurement expertise, because that is a huge exposure area for any public entity. Do you do review, so would you hypothetically look at our current policy booklets and make sure we're all buttoned up and including procedures? I mean, that's more of the administrative side, so again, that may go down, but it's a bit of both.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you would do when you bring on a new client to understand, where their exposures are?
Yeah, we would. I mean, listen, we would get intimately involved with all of your policies, coming in. But if the board wished to have for us to take a look at it to propose any potential revisions or anything like that, we could do that as well. We would take that. We would take that guidance from the board as to whether they want us to get involved in revising the policies. But certainly, if anything comes up when we're looking at it and it really jumps out at us that, listen, you've got a major gap here, or this is something that's great. That would certainly be something we would share with you all. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you again.
If I can I just want to kind of follow up on that just quickly. I have extensive experience kind of in those transitions, whether it's transition on the administration side or the board side, and that's part of why it's proposed two of us, because it's almost impossible for kind of one person to do all of it, and we recognize that. And so that would be something where it would allow John to kind of do the big picture, and it would allow another attorney to kind of get in and meet with the staff and kind of identify kind of the superintendent and the administration's like real needs, and then allow John working with the board to identify kind of your priorities, making you aware of these are some of the areas where we think that we would kind of best be used at this point, and address some of those issues like policies and in terms of contact, that would be something that we would just kind of work out, because recognizing you've had somebody for a very long time and there's a comfort level, we're accustomed to kind of working within that and adjusting accordingly and then kind of tweaking it however is most efficient. And so that's something I do with a lot of other cities and other entities. John's very comfortable, but just to kind of address those concerns, each entity is unique, and so we're going to adapt.
Thank you. Karen?
Yes, you talked about having roughly, I believe, 60 attorneys in your firm. And would you look at every situation or anomaly that we faced as a board or district and automatically refer to one of those attorneys, or would you make a judgment call with us if we could get more quality expertise outside? Because that's one of the discussions that we've had. And my understanding, being a new board member, that we've done a lot of contracting amongst attorneys and firms. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, our goal would be to get you the best representation that's out there. And also, I mean, there's other issues too. I mean, in terms of, you may have insurance coverage that where you would have if there's a litigation. I mean, certainly, if we would not fall within the insurance coverage, I wouldn't bring in our litigators and have you pay us when you could have your insurance paying for the litigation. So, I think it would be, if we can give you the best representation in-house, I think that, in my experience, that has been the best case for local governments, because we understand the big picture. But we also, listen, if we need to go out and we do sometimes, we have no issue utilizing outside counsel and working with outside counsel on the issues.
For clarification, we have an outside counsel that handles all of our workers' comp, and we've got another one that currently handles the ESE issues, so that they call them directly through agreements that the district has with the attorneys.
And Madam Chair, I've just a second question relative to custody. Having been a principal for a good many years, it seems to surface. And what has been your experience with custody issues with families that are divorced? And where does that fall?
In terms of if you have a question.
Decision-making, custody, pickup, anything that would go on at a school, how involved or uninvolved, or how do you defer that? It's a constant in a school system.
Yeah, I can't say in my experience that's risen up to my level in terms of experience as to how to deal with it, so I might defer to Sarah if she has, but I mean, I would say, at least at a minimum, there must be, the school, I assume, has some sort of authorization in terms of who has the ability to make decisions for the child.
Correct.
Who has the ability to pick up that child,
Yes.
things like that. So that would be the first thing I would look to, because if there is a divorce and one of the parents does not have the right to pick up that child, certainly I would not recommend, would recommend against the school releasing that child to that parent, because they don't have authorization to do that. Those are kind of the types of experience I have. I can't say I have a high level of experience in terms of custody issues, but I can maybe defer to Sarah to see what her experience level is on that issue.
Yeah, the bulk of my experience is, quite honestly, not as an attorney. It was working in education. However, just for purposes of this board, I think the best solution would just be in terms of reviewing the policies and then ensuring that there was an attorney that anybody who needed to contact regarding those issues could reach, and they would always be available.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, go back to the policy and who has authorization, because that is something. At the end of the school day, you've got a parent and the non-custodial parent fighting over who's going to take the child. Jane?
I guess my concern is priority. And let's say Bob Runcie has something that in Broward County and Vinoy and Palm Beach and Cavallo and Miami-Dade, and then there's us. And you're dealing with all of those in a myriad of other municipalities. Are we assured that you'll have time to give us and that we will be a priority?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the beauty of having as many attorneys as we have. And I guess, again, going back to how long we've been with other cities, some of which are small cities, we have small cities that cover maybe like, 2 square miles. And we give them the same amount of attention that they ask for as we do with any other city. So again, we wouldn't be with those cities for, decades if we didn't. I wouldn't say that if we got a phone call as an outside counsel for Broward County, that they would get priority over you by any means. No, absolutely not. I mean, you're our client. We are responsive to you, and we understand that if we're not responsive, you would no longer be our client.
But there are a lot of things about cities that are not typical of school districts.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I'm just using that as an example because we have such a long experience with those. But yeah, they are different animals. Absolutely, completely different statutes that apply in many instances.
I again, for clarification, I asked our department how many billable hours are we getting right now? And I think in last January, it was 74 hours. So I think anywhere it's between 60 and 80 hours. So, I mean, whoever is our attorney will be spending a lot of time with us. And I would imagine, with the board itself for the workshops and the board meetings, maybe 10, 15 hours. The rest of the time is working on contract issues and any other cases that we may have, or working with administration to sit with their meetings. So that's where it's been right now. We could probably follow up on that. Maybe we should, for the board's purposes, get the bills for the last year or so, total hours and how they were broken down. Tom, and I'm going to give you a chance to ask a few of your questions, because I know Bridget asked a few and so did Jane, so I'm going to let you ask a few questions. I'll give you more of a time frame here than a number.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up, and I will do a deeper dive. What I loved when you talked about this before, about the continuity, and I think Mrs. Goodwin called it a one-stop shop. I like that, but I want to talk further about how often you may have to go outside and why. We don't have to do that today. Secondly, when I also mentioned about there are pros and cons, my obvious con was that you are so far away, and I love that Sarah is in Tampa. But one of the other things that appealed to me is your civic responsibility and outreach that each of you personally do and that members of your firm do. I know that's important to our community, and what is lacking as a con to me is that you're not here, and that you're not necessarily going to be part of our community on a day-to-day basis. The other side of that to me is what I read about your expertise is beyond. I mean, you guys really know your stuff. So in making a business decision about, I'm honestly telling you my pros and cons as I look at that. So those are things we can talk about further when we get on the Zoom. But what I do want to talk about is you have mentioned here on your experience and qualifications that your unifying principles. That's a word that I would embrace here in Sarasota, unifying. And I'd like if you could elaborate on those.
In terms of, well, I mean, what I can talk about is Weiss Sarasota and why I'm with Weiss Sarasota. And it really starts from our founding members who are still involved, some more than others. And I joined Weiss Sarasota in 2004. I was with another firm for a year after law school, and I left for a year. I made the mistake of going, thinking I wanted to go in-house, and I worked with one of the cruise lines, and I went in-house, and I came back. And the reason why I came back is because of really the way Weiss Sarasota works and the people at the firm. It's where I wanted to be. I could have gone and I could have left many moons ago if I wanted to, but the goals of the firm to really provide the best legal advice to guide our government clients through these types of times is really why I want to be with the firm. And so, I mean, I can speak personally. I don't want to necessarily speak for everybody as to why they're with the firm, but for me, it's really about doing the best work at good government rates, so that our clients get the best representation that they can. We understand the pressures that are put upon you all. We understand the polls you get in different ways. And like you said, the firm is, like I said, I was at another firm before. They were not supportive of civic engagement, and this firm is. And again, whatever your interest is something that they allow you to do, and I understand that I'm not personally civically engaged here in Sarasota just because I'm physically elsewhere, but it's something that I have worked with in terms of around the state on these issues. In fact, I presented in St. Petersburg a few years ago on some of the civic issues in which I'm involved. And it's something that the firm really allows us to grow and be people that we would like to be. I don't know if that really answers your question, but I hope it does. Sarah, I don't know if you wanted to.
I know we're short on time.
Yeah, we're short on time.
Yeah.
Tom, do you have one more?
No, I'll do the rest when we meet on Zoom. But thank you so much.
I'll respond as well.
I positively want to hear that.
Yes.
I want to thank you all for being here. But, you seem to know what it is. You seem qualified for where we're at, but there seems to be questions about that it's not transportation, it's having to come in to the meetings and I know you say Tampa's local, and I'm like, I wouldn't call Tampa local, but I know there are people.
It was a longer trip to go from 5 miles east to west in Miami-Dade County than Tampa to Sarasota.
Yeah,
So.
and currently our attorney does not charge us for travel, but of course he's right downtown and he drives, and so I would assume that, maybe the mileage we'd pay for, but not the time, but those things would be taken up in the contract. Is that what I'm hearing you say also?
No, I don't think we would charge you for the mileage either. I mean, we understood,
Right.
we understood where we are, and we understand where Sarasota is, and, we understood that would, walking in, we understood that would probably be one of the questions and challenges that you had. I mean, we just felt so strongly about the expertise that we have and the opportunity that we wanted to apply, and we wouldn't have applied to go to Vice Chair Goodwin's.
We've got another firm waiting
Okay.
to come in at 10 o'clock. I've got 9:57 right now. I will give you a minute to two to wrap up of anything else you might want to say to us.
I would just say, we understand that we aren't local. We think that we have the ability to overcome that with Sarah being in Tampa, about 45 minutes away, and me being able to be here, as quickly as I can, should anything arise. We believe that we have the expertise that the board would be looking for, and we think we would be the best fit and would be able to overcome any distance issues through the setup that we're proposing with Sarah and I. Yes.
And when you have lots of attorneys inside, you can just walk down the hall and ask questions and get those kinds of answers.
That's the way I tend to work for me. It's, I know a lot of people like memos. I tend to like to just sit down and talk to somebody. It's just how I don't know, I guess how I digest everything.
Yeah.
Can we get your cell phone or somebody
yeah,
getting
your
in
cell
touch
phone
with you
number.
more easily than calling the
Or
gatekeeper?
Sarah's.
Yep, I can.
We're on the live right now, so you might want to give that to our staff.
Okay, we can give it to
It's
Kathy
public.
afterwards.
John and Sarah.
Yeah, my cell phone's a public record already anyway, but
Yeah, it's out there, so we're good.
but we can give it to Kathy,
Yeah.
and that way you all can get our cell phones.
Yeah.
So, and thank you
Well, then
again.
it's a public record, and if anybody wants it, they can ask.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. But thank you again for the opportunity, and we would welcome any additional questions and any additional conversation, should the board wish to have some, and we look forward to speaking with you further.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next firm we have is Person, Cohen, and Mooney, if anyone needs to stretch.
If you were going to be speaking, I would suggest that you are, so they can hear you.
Yeah, anyone speaking, sit where there's a microphone, and the other one, we can move that microphone back and forth.
Yeah, we'll sit over here.
Just keep
Good,
it
Kelly.
social distance.
Yes. Good, Kelly.
Good morning, and thank you for applying and appearing today. The plan is a 10 to 20-minute introduction from you about your firm and what you can do for us. Then the members will ask a question. Members, I'd like you to try to keep it to a question, and some of the other things, discussion, we can wait till we meet together on the 26th. So if you have questions, write down the questions and ask when we get to that point.
Great, thank you. Well, yes, Madam Chair, members of the school board, Superintendent Esplin, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you regarding our proposal to serve as general counsel for the Sarasota County School Board. My name is David Jackson. I'm with the law firm of Person, Cohen, and Mooney, and I'm joined here this morning with my three law partners, Kelly Fernandez, Maggie Mooney, and Andy Cohen. They'll have a chance to introduce themselves to you in a few minutes. As indicated in our proposal, if our firm is selected, it is our intention that I would serve as the primary school board attorney. While each of us has a great deal of experience working with various governmental clients, I think arguably I work with the greatest variety of our firm's clients on a regular basis, whether it's municipalities, community development districts, or fire districts, which makes me a great fit to work with an entity as diverse as the school board. And that being said, our firm believes in a collaborative approach to representing all of our governmental clients in the variety of issues that they encounter. Whenever it is feasible, we draw on each other's strengths in an effort to give the client the best representation possible. And to that end, if we are selected, while I will likely be the one you are most likely to see here on a daily basis, each of our firm's attorneys would be available to assist the school board as needed, depending on the issue. So a little more about our firm before we discuss our individual backgrounds. Person Cohen & Mooney currently has 2 offices, both of which are located in Sarasota County, one in Venice and one in the Lakewood Ranch area. The firm was actually established in downtown Sarasota back in 2002. We opened our Venice office in 2013 and relocated from our downtown Sarasota office to Lakewood Ranch with the firm, in the fall of 2013, a little bit after I joined. So I've been an attorney with the firm for about 7.5 years. And during that time, I, along with the other members of my firm, have represented numerous local government clients in Sarasota County and throughout the Southwest Florida region. While I'm on the topic of our office locations, I'd like to take a moment to emphasize the importance of a local presence for the role of your school board attorney. Like you all, we were forced during this past year to realize the benefits of Zoom and Teams meetings for conducting board meetings with our clients. By and large, we were able to successfully navigate those waters and see that when necessary, an online meeting can be done, but it certainly is not ideal. During tough times such as these, you do what you have to do. But there is no mistaking the benefits, and particularly being able to gather together to do one's business. Going beyond board meetings, another matter that makes it important for the school board to have local general counsel is that your superintendent and the staff personnel that your attorney works with on a regular basis likely has a very strong preference that the attorney be here, nearby and available, to be able to look them in the eye, provide assistance with a pressing issue, or to attend a meeting with them on short notice. So not only would we be local, but if selected, it is our intention that the school board would be one of my very top priority clients. One more thing with respect to our firm being a Sarasota County firm and having a local presence, we understand our respective roles, that you're the policymakers, and we're just here to advise you and make sure things are done in accordance with the law. However, I think the fact that we are a local firm naturally gives us a little better understanding of the community while we help you work through these issues. We're a part of this community too. Our firm and each of us have been and will continue to be here for a long time. We have an appreciation and understanding of the community's dynamics, the community's concerns. In fact, 3 of us here this morning currently have children in the Sarasota County school board system. I think that personal connection is important. By the way, Dr. Asplin, I've been enjoying receiving your text messages with the latest installment of On the Move videos. Those are fun to see. But getting back to our law firm, Person Cohen & Mooney, we practice primarily in the area of governmental law. We represent municipalities, fire districts, community development districts, and other special districts throughout Southwest Florida in the role of general counsel. We provided you a client list in our proposal, but just to highlight a couple of items, the firm currently serves as the city attorney for the city of Venice and the town attorney for the town of Longboat Key. We also serve as district counsel to over 25 community development districts, 7 fire districts, and a number of other special districts. Attorneys in our firm also serve as special counsel for the city of Sarasota, city of Bradenton, city of Palmetto, city of Northport, city of Punta Gorda, and the West Coast Inland Navigation District. 4 of our firm's lawyers, including myself, are board certified in city, county, and local government law. local government law is who we are and what we do. Now, while I can't sit here and recite a bunch of examples of handling specific school board matters, I can state with a great deal of confidence, given the diversity of our local government clients, that the vast majority of local government work is not unique. The majority of the issues we would handle for the school board might look a little different on the surface from, say, something we had to handle for one of our municipalities. But the principles and concepts and the law we would have to apply to a given set of facts are going to be things we have dealt with before. For example, as I indicated in our proposal, we don't routinely handle matters related to the Florida School Code and the State Board of Education rules. However, we do work with various legal codes, rules, and regulations on a regular basis. Oftentimes, we have to interpret the code or rule language for our clients, and there are also occasions where we're asked to draft code and rule language revisions. So these are things we're used to reading, analyzing, and working with all the time. While I realize there will be nuances to educational matters that we will need to become familiar with, I'm absolutely confident that we will be able to draw on our experience and other resources to handle any such matters for the school board almost seamlessly. With regard to my personal law practice, I have over 20 years of legal experience. As I mentioned, I am board certified by the Florida Bar in City, County, and Local Government Law. And the vast majority of my practice is dedicated to local government work. I currently serve as an assistant town attorney for the town of Longboat Key and as an assistant city attorney for the city of Venice. I represent both of those municipalities as well as our other governmental clients on a variety of issues, including public procurement and contractual matters, environmental permitting, right-of-way and easement-related issues, and of course, compliance with Florida's public records and sunshine laws. I also provide legal service to the city of Venice regarding matters involving the Venice Municipal Airport. Throughout my career, I've handled litigation matters for various clients and administrative proceedings before the Florida Division of Administrative Hearings, including an evidentiary hearing several years ago that involved the Florida Department of Education. Prior to going into private practice, I served as Assistant General Counsel with the Southwest Florida Water Management District, where I represented the district's Sarasota service office, handling complex environmental permitting and enforcement matters. I'm also a registered attorney with the United States Patent and Trademark Office. My undergraduate degree is from the University of Florida in civil engineering, and before I went to law school, I worked as a civil engineer with an engineering firm in Manatee County. Again, my legal practice specifically concentrates on many of the areas set forth in the scope of services that was in the request for letters of interest for the school board attorney position. This includes attendance at board meetings, preparing and reviewing contracts and other legal documents, providing legal opinions, and handling matters related to public records and the Sunshine Law. As I mentioned previously, our firm's approach to legal representation is collaborative, and even though I would be handling the day-to-day operations of the school board attorney if we are selected, the school board would have access to the advice and expertise of all members of the firm as needed. The collective experience of our firm provides our clients with a cost-effective method of providing legal services and a knowledgeable team of attorneys who have a wide breadth of experience in local government law matters. This results in a team with an in-depth understanding of legal codes, rules and regulations, due process proceedings, procurements, public-private partnerships, contracts, leases, and other real estate matters, land use, public finance, labor issues, ethics, and of course matters related to Florida's public records and sunshine laws. Combining our collective knowledge with our close proximity puts us in a unique position to efficiently and effectively address the school board's needs as they arise. Since we're now talking about the Person, Cohen, and Mooney team, I'd like to pause for a few minutes and ask my law partners to each briefly introduce themselves. Maggie, you want us to go?
Sure. Good morning, members of the school board, superintendent. My name is Maggie Mooney, and I am the town attorney for the town of Longboat Key. I have served in that capacity for the last 8 years. But what's relevant to note is that our firm has served as the town attorney for the town of Longboat Key for over 30 years. There is a steadiness to our firm and a longevity to our firm in representing local governments that I would submit to you cannot be matched, particularly in this area. I've worked for many years with your school board attorney and have nothing but compliments with respect to Mr. Hardy and his practice. But I think one thing that I thought was captured actually in today's newspaper article about him was the steadiness, that he has been there for you. And I think if you look at our track record as a law firm and us individually, you will see that there's a steadiness to our firm in this region that cannot be matched by anybody else in this area, absent Mr. Hardy. We have worked with him for many years. I sincerely hope we get the opportunity to sit in his very big shoes. And, you know, I would hope, given our relationship with him, that he would be available to us as a firm, to David as your school board attorney, to give the institutional knowledge that he certainly has. That has been something that has been of great benefit to our firm whenever you take on a new client. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I also want to give my other partners an opportunity. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelly Fernandez. I am the city attorney for the city of Venice, in addition to serving in a number of other roles for local government clients in this area. I too am not going to take up a lot of time because I'm sure you all will have a lot of questions for us, but I do just want to echo that this isn't a show today of the four of us being here together. This is a true collaboration, and one of the things I've appreciated greatly with being in this firm since 2009 is that we do have a reliance on each other. And while we're not interchangeable widgets by any means, if at any point one of us becomes ill or overwhelmed or have a very specific area question that's presented to us that maybe personally I haven't handled, I can turn to any one of my partners or any of the other members of our firm and have someone who I can rely on and trust to serve you as equally, and my clients as equally as one of my partners could. So I think that's one of our greatest benefits as a firm, of being able to offer you not just one attorney, but a complement of attorneys who can address almost all of your needs. And if not, we have that connections to the community to be able to locate the best special counsel to help fill those certain situations where true expertise in a very specific area of law is required. So again, thank you. I look forward to speaking with you further today and answer any questions you may have.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members, Mr. Superintendent. My name is Andrew Cohen, and I have been with the firm the longest, since around 1997. David Person and I, who's now of counsel to our firm, started it as Person and Cohen, and we've been lucky enough to expand from there. The focus of my practice is representing special districts. I sit with about 25 special districts, providing them the advice that they need to make the policy decisions to take care of their respective communities. Represent districts from the north of Tampa all the way down to the Fort Myers area. In terms of continuity, I grew up here. In fact, I went to middle school at McIntosh Middle School with Art's former law partner, Keith DeBose, and we ended up at law school together as well. So I've lived here and grown up in the community, and I'm a Sarasota High School graduate. And I too have, as was mentioned, a child who's about to graduate from the Booker High School EPA theater program. And so I'm proud to be part of this community. As has already been reiterated here today, we would love the opportunity to provide some assistance for the good work that this board does.
Thank you, guys. Well, we have a great team and a tremendous amount of expertise in local government law. We realize there are times when matters may arise where it may be in our client's best interest to refer the matter to specialists in that specific area of law. Whenever such issues would arise within the school board, our team would evaluate the matter and then advise the client accordingly on the best option for a favorable result. Now, this is what Maggie likes to call our best horse in the race philosophy. It might be one of us, it might be someone outside the firm. We would always work to ensure that our client has the best representation possible for any matters that we feel would require specialized knowledge and manage all expenses accordingly. In fact, we've already worked with most of the specialists the school board has used on such matters in recent years, so that would certainly help with the transition. And finally, with regard to the transition, if we are selected as the school board attorney, I would work closely with you all and staff and Mr. Hardy to make the transition as smooth as possible. As Maggie mentioned, our firm has worked closely with Mr. Hardy over the years, so I'm confident that relationship would make the transition period somewhat easier. Speaking of Mr. Hardy, I watched your recent meeting where the school board attorney position was discussed, and it certainly wasn't lost on me that you're reluctant to have to replace him. I don't think it's an accident he's held that position for 30 years. And while I'm not nearly arrogant enough to tell you I can fill Mr. Hardy's formidable shoes, I'm 100% confident that I'm prepared to step up and provide you with the excellent legal representation you've come to expect. And we have the legal knowledge and the local government experience that's been requested. And like Mr. Hardy, we are here. We're local and we're a part of this community. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I have asked for the board to get information regarding how many hours Mr. Hardy has been billing us for, and I believe it's between 50 and 100 a month. It's up and down. Also, we have attorneys that handle workers' comp and exceptional student education. Those are very complicated issues. We need somebody specialized, and that's what they would do, and we would probably keep that relationship working. We will all ask questions, and we'll loop back around, but we'll ask questions, and you'll respond. The more questions we have, the more we'll know about you, so we'll hope to keep our questions and answers brief but explanatory. We will start with Bridget Ziegler.
Thank you again for being here. And I appreciate you highlighting, the government work that you've done, but I also appreciate you recognizing that school education law, particularly in the state of Florida, is quite nuanced and different. And so recognizing that you have not had that experience, can you talk to us about how you look to encompass that? Now, we're an enterprise where we have construction and contracts and procurement and labor law, but education code is a substantial area of necessity from a compliance standpoint in a multitude of ways. So can you talk through how that would look if you guys were selected as far as becoming familiarized with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you touched on the areas. Like I said, I think a vast majority of the work, the day-to-day stuff, is very similar to what we do with our municipal clients. I looked at the departments you highlighted on the website, and obviously human resources, we have that with our municipal clients. Communications and IT, that's something we deal with. Finance and budget, obviously. Operations, I mean, it's probably similar to working with our utilities and those type of things. And school safety and security, we Longboat and Venice both have police forces, so we're very familiar with working those. I guess the best thing I could say is, as far as an example of how having to adapt to an area of law, when we took over the city of Venice, as I mentioned, I got tapped to handle all the airport work, and I don't even like to fly that much, but obviously I didn't have a lot of experience working with the Federal Aviation Administration and their volumes of codes and rules and everything. But as the issues come up, we jump right in, we get familiar with it, and we get it figured out. We had just a quick story, a very interesting issue with somebody wanted to start skydiving on the airport grounds, and it was something we were reluctant to allow, but we learned very quickly that any aeronautical business that wants to operate the airport has got a lot of sway to getting their way out there, so we had to accommodate skydiving. Interestingly enough, once they got up and running, they missed the airport and landed at the football field at Venice High School, so their business was kind of short-lived. But anyhow, that's just an example of having to deal with those things. So
I appreciate that. This was very good anecdotally.
Yeah.
Karen Rose.
Yes. Can you clarify how many attorneys are available to help support your service to the board? and any, in your firm, and any community interaction or civic,
Sure. I'll begin. Obviously the four of us are available. Mr. Person is of counsel with our firm, and he would most likely not be available. He's semi-retired up in Maine. So we do have Regina Kardash, is an associate with our firm, and she's board certified in city, county, local government law, very experienced, represents a couple of municipalities up in Pinellas County, and she would be available to help out. We also, since we submitted our proposal, we have hired another attorney. She started with us the first of the year, Lori Dorman, and she's got an extensive litigation background. And so she would be able to obviously help out with any litigation matters that would arise. Personally, my civic involvement, I have two teenagers, and one is a big-time soccer player. So I'm very involved with the Braden River Soccer Club and the United States Soccer League. I'm on their board of directors. I've also served as the chair of the Board of Governors of Leadership Manatee for about 10 years now, and very involved with that program.
Thank you.
You else want anything?
As far as community involvement, I've been a member of the Junior League of Sarasota since I moved to Sarasota in 2009. I'm also involved in Impact 100 SRQ, and I have two Bay Haven manatees, so I'm quite involved at their school.
Thank you.
My local involvement has been with both the Manatee and Sarasota County Bars Associations, also serving as past president of Legal Aid of Minnesota, which provides legal aid services to anybody who cannot afford it. I've been president of that organization, was president of the Young Lawyers of Manatee Bar Association, and also served as the 12th Circuit representative on the Young Lawyers Board of Governors at the state level.
Thank you.
And when I was a young lawyer, I was very involved on the board of the Young Lawyers Division of the Sarasota County Bar Association. Currently, I am a board member trustee for the private school here in Sarasota, the Hersher and Schiff Community Day School. So while it's certainly not the same experience as the Sarasota County School Board, I do have a little bit of experience sitting up there as a school board member.
Thank you.
Jane Goodwin?
Well, I'm really concerned about relationship with the board because, you know, we only have two employees. One is the superintendent, the other is the attorney. And there's a lot of parliamentary issues with us that I don't know that you have with other municipalities. I've spoken to one municipality who thinks very, very highly of you, and you're serving as, you know, their outside counsel. So can you elaborate a little bit on how you get up to snuff on school law and working with us and sitting here? I would assume, David, that would be something that you would do, is sit right over here in Art's chair and serve as a legal counsel during board meetings.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, if selected, we've been talking about the possibility. Obviously, it would be an impact on our firm, but we've, like I said, we've just recently added someone, and we're prepared for me to hit the ground running and, you know, make this a top priority. So I would get as up to speed as quickly as possible and all of your issues and how you conduct your meetings and whatever needs to be done. We'd be able to take that on.
I just chime in real quick on that question. I mean, parliamentary procedure is something we absolutely deal with in our municipal clients. I don't know if you've ever watched a City of Venice meeting. I hope you haven't. Hope you spend your time doing something else and doing that. But there are absolutely times when, you know, we have that Robert's Rules of Order right next to us, and, you know, we are not necessarily the parliamentarians, but it is. I have dived into the nuances, and we probably all have in some way, shape, or form, of parliamentary procedure and ensuring that helping to ensure that the meetings run as smoothly as possible. And I think our role, you know, you are the client, So individually, we always develop relationships with each of our board members, but that's not to say, we're representing specifically you against somebody else. Our job is to provide the advice and you provide the direction, but we always like to assist and make sure that you get all the answers that you need to, make the choices that you would like.
And if I may, and the structure you described where this board hires 2 people is similar to every other local government that we represent. So we totally understand the fact that we answer to the board, the collegial body, whatever that majority is at the time, and fulfilling their direction. And a lot of times the segue to a new client really is led by what does the client want to do. If you want to have individual one-on-one meetings with your new legal counsel, if you want, which I strongly recommend, that is something that certainly can be done. Certainly meeting with the superintendent, because it's a collaborative working relationship, much like every other local government. You have to work with the chief executive. That can be done and should be done. But again, those kinds of introductions and getting to know one another and meeting with your former counsel, your outgoing counsel, and coming up to speed with the issues that are current and what is on the horizon are also great ways to kind of settle into a job. But it is, there is going to be a learning curve. It's always a learning curve when you take on a new client. And again, part of that learning curve is dependent upon, how everybody navigates that relationship as well and kind of makes, works together to facilitate an understanding of how you guys like to operate, how you want this relationship to continue, and how to navigate the things coming forward.
And I'll just add, I'm very open to having those meetings individually if you'd like to do that, and with the superintendent and any department heads that need to be involved, just to help with the transition and feel comfortable reaching out to me. That's certainly something I'd be open to.
And I was just going to add, if I could, in terms of parliamentary procedures, all of our clients are public entities, and so we are all very well schooled in parliamentary procedures, conducting meetings, sunshine, public records, ethics. We all give presentations all the time to all the respective management companies, board members, staff. That is certainly within our wheelhouse, and any one of the attorneys in our firm knows those procedures cold.
Thank you. Tom Edwards.
Hi, guys. Thanks for being here.
Good morning.
So if you heard me before, I talked about pros and cons. Pro is that you are local. I love that you, and that you have kids in the school district. That adds a little extra care and compassion. I would also like to point out that your crew rowing logo adds points to me.
We changed that right before we submitted.
And obviously the con is what we're all sort of talking about here. But I will point out that while I was doing my due diligence with Mr. Hardy, he pointed out that government work was a really good transition. He made that clear to me, that as we were going through our search, that if we couldn't find people with specific education law background, that this was a real good segue for attorneys specifically to transfer their legal knowledge and their experience over. So I get that. I guess what I'd be more interested in hearing, and I like the fact that I'm hearing that you have a relationship with Art already. That's a fair amount. That's another feather that gives me hope. And I would lastly say that often in my own personal business experience, I have been new to a client. I did not have expertise for a specific client, and what I did was bend myself over backwards and gave them more service than they had contracted for. So I appreciate that is a possibility. So I guess what I want to really hear is a little bit more of a specific game plan, and we can talk about that when we get to Zoom, about if you were awarded the account. And I understand you don't want to go spin your wheels and do this kind of stuff without knowing, but exactly what your game plan would be. Who would you reach out to? Who are the people that you've researched in the legal industry that you would begin to forge relationships with? I'd like to just hear like a preliminary game plan of how you would serve us if you were awarded the contract.
So first and foremost, obviously Mr. Hardy would be our first call in getting up to speed on all the specific issues that we're dealing with, and then the whole general overview I think would be helpful. I think another resource we would reach out to almost immediately is the Dye firm in Manatee County. They were almost exclusively local government, municipal law firm. They represented which beach community? Help me.
Holmes Beach, Anna Maria.
Anna Maria Island,
Holmes
yes.
Beach.
Holmes Beach. And they took over as the school board attorneys for Manatee County a few years back and made that transition, and were very successful with it. So we work with them quite a bit also, the conflict counsel and that type of thing all the time, the Dye firm. So that would be an immediate call and pick their brains and say, hey, what are the key things we need to know? And again, so you're not spinning your wheels, and get up and running as quickly as possible. And as Maggie mentioned, we do those meetings with you all to know what your biggest issues, concerns are, and superintendent, and I think we'd be very prepared. But yes, like I said, we've been contemplating the possibility, and we're positioning to make sure I've got the availability to make this a top priority if we're selected.
One thing I did early on, and I would strongly encourage it, is when I took over for Longboat Key, I had regular weekly meetings with the town manager at the time. And it became almost like a standing lunch date that we had. And what it always did was it forced us to talk about what was going on, what was on the horizon. And I don't pretend to know your schedule, Superintendent, and I know that in local government land there are plethoras of meetings every which way, but we've continued that. I've now had 2 town managers, and we continue the practice of regular lunch meetings, just so you're always, it was very important early on, but we liked it so much that we continued it, and so there's practices you can do like that in terms of setting up regular meetings, whether they're monthly, weekly, it all depends on scheduling, and those kinds of preliminary meetings I find can sometimes lead to standing meetings that are just a good practice to have, so you're always connected with the client.
Thank you.
And I like to eat lunch, so that's a good thing.
I'm sure it works with your other government entities that you work with. When there's a lawsuit that we're working on, we will meet with our attorney in executive session.
Right.
And things that happen in executive session are private, and we're not supposed to discuss them. Say that in executive session, you agreed to file an appeal on something that the judge has ordered. But once that information gets out in the public, the paper says, oh, that was a bad thing. Why did you do that? Of course, we're not supposed to talk about it. But at a following board meeting, after public discussion on it, a member decides to enter a motion to reverse the appeal. How would you advise the board to proceed on a motion like that that's brought up, that's not on the agenda?
To enter a motion to reverse the decision to file the appeal?
Yes. I think the appeal was filed, but yeah, right, to reverse the decision to file an appeal.
Well, I would always encourage, if there's pending litigation, that this matter should be discussed in an executive session. If that were to come up during a meeting, I would discourage having a vote heard on that at that point. Without researching the issue, that would be my advice with litigation pending.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite.
With litigation
you would
pending,
discourage a vote and ask them to take it up in executive session? Is that what you said?
Yeah, with the litigation pending, yes. Anything related to litigation strategy, I think should be handled in executive session.
Thank you. Bridget?
Thank you. So one of the areas, I know we talked about transition over, more on a broader policy, philosophy aspect is obviously you're being the general counsel for the board is to keep us out of any kind of litigation and exposures to liability and retain as many dollars in our general fund for our students in classrooms versus lawsuits. But we recognize there's a cost of doing business. One area that you've mentioned a couple of times that is a substantial exposure for all public, Florida particularly, is the public records law. And so, and I believe you are familiar with how costly some of those cases can be. And so when you come on board, again, reviewing, familiarizing yourself with the institution, the organization, and any current policies, and because I believe you're quite familiar with the risk factors around public records if processes aren't followed correctly, and the financial impact that can have to the organization, can you talk me through kind of what that would look like? And I'm using public records policies as an example, because I know it's, again, costly, but can you talk through what that transition looks like when you review what our current practices are, if you see exposures that we need to revisit? Obviously, it would be up to the board if we want to do that, but I mean, from a legal professional standard, that is part of your job as coming in. Can you talk through that for me, please?
Yeah, that would be one in particular that would make sure to review and make sure it's current. Public records policies, retention policies, those type of things, text messages, emails, things that as technology's evolved, social media issues are evolving with respect to that. So yeah, that would be one. Of course, we wouldn't just randomly start reviewing all of your policies and hit you with a huge bill with like some guidance. But if there are things for example, that one to take a look at right away, I think that would be a great idea. Unfortunately, a couple of our clients, usually before we were representing them, did have big issues.
I knew you were familiar with it, but
yes, well before we were representing them. So yeah, we're familiar with keeping those things like how to retain your text and going through making sure staff has the proper cell phone and that type of thing, not using personal cell phones and all the issues that can create. So yeah, we would take a look just to make sure that everything is current on it.
And I guess, I'm sorry, and I didn't mean specifically, I think I was more acting at kind of figuring the philosophy of when you come on board. Is it more of a proactive approach, or is that something you need the board to direct you to? I mean, there are certain areas within a government entity that have high risk factor areas. And so is that something that we would need to, as a board?
I think we would probably target some things just to make sure that they look right. We don't need to go, I've looked at all your, not all of them, I saw the long list of policies. I mean, it could be weeks reading through the number of policies that are on there. So, we would do that respectfully and definitely look at ones that hadn't been looked at in a while. I mean, that's the nice thing is the dates are on there when they were updated and that type of thing. So that would be beneficial.
If I could
Thank you,
just add.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that all of the attorneys in our firm are proactive And so we are the type that at a meeting, or whether it's a policy, we'd like to stop that truck before it goes off the cliff. It's a lot easier than trying to pick it up and put it back up there. So we all conduct ourselves that way in terms of whether it's reviewing a policy that may be a flashpoint, or the meeting and the procedures. And that's why, as we said at the beginning too, it's important that we're there, that we're sitting there, because we otherwise may not have that opportunity. And as David referred to, I mean, communications, media technology has come a long way. We've all learned about Zoom and Teams and all the different platforms, but a lot of what takes place can only be garnered from being there in the room, and that proactive approach a lot of times can only happen from being there, because you can sort of look and see where something is going and try and head that off at the pass.
Yeah, and I was encouraged in the request for letters of interest went out, already mentioned the E-Verify requirement. That's so it looks like your staff's definitely on top of things with the new statutory requirements, and we are registered with E-Verify, so we would be able to enter into a contract with you.
We monitor legislation. We let you know if something's coming
Yeah.
up with a sufficient amount of time so that you can implement it. We stay on top of those
Okay,
things.
thank you. Karen?
I just want to confirm travel costs, that there will be no travel costs associated with your firm or any of your attorneys within Sarasota County?
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
Done.
Jane?
Well, I want to say I'm happy to see that the lead attorney went to Florida. I think
Oh, I
that
should have worn my
speaks
gator
very highly
mask.
for your firm. Go Gators.
2 gators.
I always have to get that little
Excuse me,
plug
4
in.
gators.
It would have done well against Alabama, I think, but that's another story. We can talk about when we talk separately. But I just wanted to thank you for your proposal. I look forward to talking with you all separately. And as I said before, I have already done some due diligence and chatted with some people, and they all have given you high marks. So I think some of the questions that I had for others were, distance and that sort of thing, and we really don't have a problem coming from Lakewood Ranch down here unless there's a horrible traffic jam on
We're getting more options to
University Parkway. But at any rate, I just want to thank you for coming in and being a part of this.
Thank you.
Tom?
I just will echo what Mrs. Goodwin said. I can follow up with you in our Zoom conversations, and you get extra points also for handling Venice.
I have another example of something that came up in the past. As you know, we had problems with the previous superintendent. What would you advise a board member who comes to you and tells you that another board member has come to that person and asked that person to join them in firing the superintendent? Because it's 2-2 and this is the deciding vote. What would you advise that board member, how they should handle that when they call? You said another board member has contacted me and asked me to join.
Well,
in
obviously,
firing.
first and foremost, that's a sunshine law problem. So I would, without getting into the other issue at hand, that would be something we would need to resolve right away. And that would need to be done, disclosed at a public meeting. And as uncomfortable as that might be, to avoid a bigger problem, I think that would be my advice, is to get that resolved right away.
You say so it should be brought up at a public meeting?
That's a remedy for carrying a sunshine law violation, is to disclose that on the record, that conversation.
Thank you. We have about less than 10 minutes left. Does anyone else have a question? I think there's one that came up in the last one, and that has to do with when you've got 2 parents that show up and both of them wanting to take the child home from school that day. And the principal calls you and says, "What should I do?" Yeah, these are the kinds of questions we get on a regular basis.
Well, that certainly sounds like a nuance of educational law that we need to get familiar with. But I don't, did any of you have a thought on how the...
Well, I think this highlights an issue that we all face, which is sometimes we get presented a question that needs an immediate answer, and it may not be something we have an immediate answer for. So I think our responsibility is to, as quickly as possible, when it's very time sensitive, to determine what the best path forward is. And one of the things I don't think we've specifically said yet, but I also really have pride with our firm, is that we are extremely reachable. All of us, I speak for myself, I can speak for all of them. Our clients have our private cell phone numbers. We answer them, unless we're sitting in a meeting with somebody else, we answer them after hours, we answer them, if we couldn't answer the phone right then, we get back to you immediately. So you don't have to worry about, am I gonna be able to reach my attorney? This is time sensitive, it's 4:59, we will answer the phone and we will do what it takes to get the answer and to get the situation resolved. So are we always gonna have every answer right off the cuff? No, no attorney can promise that to you. But, what we can promise is that we're responsive and we will get an answer as quickly as possible.
Yeah, those are areas that, without being in education law, you'll have to come up, the custody issues and what are the policies, what's the law. Also having to deal with abuse investigations. We're a mandated reporter and some of those things, and then what kids and or teachers post on social media. And so those kinds of things will be definitely working with students, parents, and teachers. It's definitely not the same as working with cities. So there's a lot of, would definitely be a learning curve there. And I hope that you would be up to that task.
Madam Chair, if I could, there was something Mr. Edwards said, asked about earlier, and I think this responds, what I'm about to say, responds to his question as well. And one of the hats I wear as a City of Venice's attorney is I'm also their police legal advisor, which is, again, a very nuanced area of local government law. And there is a listserv of just police legal advisors in the state. I'm sure there's a listserv of just education advisors in the state. And people, if they have a question, oh my gosh, if they have a jail, for instance, I have a jail, I have this happening at the jail, has anyone had this happen before? Help. And almost immediately there's 10 responses back. So, that's another resource. Local government attorneys are a very collegial body. And there are avenues of things like that where you have people out there who, even if they don't know me personally, are, willing to assist. So it's just another avenue. I think, David, I'd be happy to myself, between CLEs and listservs like that, to also have a group of other attorneys who can assist in matters that are
There's
unique.
a state association of school attorneys, and I would imagine you would join.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're not too proud to ask for help for an answer when needed, so absolutely.
5 minutes if you wanted to wrap things up. Are we done with questions?
Okay. Thank you.
5 minutes if you wanted to answer any other questions or give us any more information you feel we might need, or...
Maggie, did you have something you wanted to add, or anybody? I think we've covered everything. We're here, we're ready, we're confident we can provide you with great legal service you've been receiving the past 30 years. We're ready to go. So we look forward to speaking with you all further, and again, thank you for your consideration.
Well, thank you for coming. It's better to put a face with the paper so we know who we're talking to, and to hear these local connections that you have to our schools. And you read our local papers. You know what we're going through sometimes.
Yep.
And that's always helpful, I believe. And thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
And Board will have a 5-minute break if you need it. The next one will come in at 11. Would you leave a business card with our...
Oh, yes.
Get my email and answer
Just coming over.
I love that.
Oh, you can just give me one and then I'll send you.
Okay, okay, so that'll facilitate the follow-up calls. Twice a month. Sure. Yeah, we got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. I need to take a breath.
Yeah.
My neighbor is camping and can't get the golf clubs that she's had delivered, so I said, could you go across and take a copy of what DHL left at my door? And I go, not today. I have a fair board meeting tonight. Which makes me wonder, we are not doing the science fair. Have you heard anything about the science fair being?
I haven't seen anything.
I thought it was gonna be on Zoom.
I have to do that though.
I don't think we're gonna be doing the science fair at the
At the fairgrounds.
Sarasota County
Yeah,
Fair.
no, I don't think so.
believe we're gonna do that this year.
No. Did you see about the value adjustment board?
We're bringing it back up as a group.
Okay, that's fine. I don't mind, but I can't do it.
Talked about that, since it was already part of the public.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm fine with that. I didn't know what I was meeting.
Kristen, and you have a chance, it's not for today, but if I could have an icon for the outlook, the file, I would just so I could toggle into emails and. I can, you're lucky. Sure, I'm logged in.
You know what was an 8 o'clock? Was we had an installation of one of our SROs this morning at 8 o'clock. So, 8:15, we were all in here, because I was here. At 8:10, place was packed with about 15 or 20 SROs. A lot of them coming in this back door, because it's all done. Yeah, superintendent was in here, Mr. Dumas, so 8 o'clock was SRO. But that's probably the company. We have a new one, the River. All around the clock. He told you drive on the grass.
Or you are a thoroughbugger.
Think?
I think.
Oh, that's a drive on.
Get them all on Zoom and talk to them all.
You got it. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Yeah, we got it split up the parking lot.
Yeah, there's issues with kids that's like that when they've never dealt with it before.
Well, this is a lot of challenge
with that policy, which is why I brought it up, there's a lot of dispute. In, our actual policy. We have one, there's consistent challenges.
If you think there's some inconsistencies in the policy or how it's been used, to take it up with Brennan. And maybe we can workshop it.
Well, I think that workshopping it from a legal standpoint would be clerical for a lot of folks.
Back in November, Art sent over the dollar amount.
Pardon me?
Back in November, Art sent over to the board the dollar amount for the 5 years, but not hourly. And so he's saying if you want hourly, you might have to have Kathy try and break it down, it'd be very cumbersome.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Resend that report?
Have her resend it to you? I'll just make sure you resend it.
Because I asked for that.
Okay.
So I remember what it was.
Yeah, so it went out November 13th.
Well, the
so
issue is, we know that there've been a lot of legal cases. But other than that, what's the ongoing regular charges that, you know?
Just the regular, I'll ask her if there's a way to decipher that, but I'll have her resend you that one as well.
And Art probably
I think they
would have
break
it
it down.
backwards. In other words, if we called Art's office, he might know what his normal
Right.
hours are.
This is what he provided for the 5-year.
Yeah, but I don't think that specific question was asked.
Yeah,
So in
yeah.
other words, if, instead of Mitzi trying to decode it, he might say, listen, I spent about 50 hours.
Okay, that's what I'll have her send.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can bring the next firm in. Walitsky. What? Watitsky.
If you do, if you are going to speak, go ahead and sit right there.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. As we've said, there'll be a 10 to 20 minute introduction. You can tell us anything you like about yourselves or your firm or what you'd like to see, and then the board members will ask questions. Would you like to start?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't intend to use my entire 15 minutes, which I'm sure you'll be relieved to hear, having chosen to do 5 of these interviews in one day. Thank you for asking us to come today. I'm Michael McKinley, and this is my partner, Warren Ross. We're both partners with the Watitsky Law Firm in Punta Gorda. If chosen, I would serve primarily as your attorney. I'm a longtime Florida resident and a graduate of Charlotte High School in Punta Gorda. After finishing my schooling, I returned to Charlotte County and served as the first assistant county attorney in Charlotte County and held that position for less than a year before I went into private practice. And as soon as I started in private practice, I started representing the Charlotte County School District, which means I'm coming up on 39 years of serving the school district. I also, since 2012, have started representing other smaller districts. And if you count up all the school board service in in dog years, that's a lot of years. I've probably been to something like 1,000 school board meetings. And I'd like to put in a plug for Mr. Ross. He also served in the county attorney's office and served as deputy county attorney for some period of time, and also was the acting county attorney for an additional period of time. So he has experience with local government, extensive experience with local government as well. During my years of working with school districts, I've learned a great deal about not just school law, or I would like to think that I've learned something about school law, but I've also become sort of an amateur school administrator, which I must tell you is revenge, because most senior school administrators think of themselves as attorneys and are very free with their legal opinions, except when it really counts. But which is not to say that I would ever make the mistake of saying, well, if I were a board member, yeah, I think I'd stay away from that comment. In my role as school board attorney, I have developed the pattern, the model of serving as general counsel to the board, sort of like corporate counsel, where there are a group of specialized law firms that handle various things that are not within the scope of my expertise. And examples of that would be termination of employees, any kind of contested matter. I don't do any litigation. I'm a very experienced office practitioner. I can read and write, and I'm a pretty good editor. And, you know, as I mentioned, have learned a lot about the policy and process of operating a school district in Florida. One of the consistently more intriguing elements of my service to school districts is explaining the nuances of the line between the superintendent's authority and responsibility and the board's authority and responsibility. And those are not always easy conversations to have, but I would like to think that I can provide enlightenment and guidance on that kind of subject to both the board and the superintendent. I'm mindful of how quickly things go south with the school district when there's concern about whether my personal loyalties lie with any particular faction on the board or with administration. That causes problems and the relationship begins to erode. So I work very hard to make sure that everyone understands that my client is really the school district, just like a corporation, a corporate counsel. His client is really the whole corporation, the whole entity, the whole enterprise. That's where my interest and loyalty lies during my years in this business. If you, for example, perceive yourself as the board's attorney, then sometimes the board will, or a majority of the board will want to take positions and do things that are maybe adverse to the interest of the district as a whole. And it's harder to point that out if you've developed alliances on the board that are at cross purposes with other members of the board. So I work pretty hard to stay on the right side of those issues and keep the big picture in mind, that my client is really the district. Now, I also wouldn't have been able to do it for all these years without being mindful of the fact that the board hires and fires me and signs my paychecks and gives me general direction on legal matters, but I'm really all about the district. And that pole star has helped me at least get to this point without being scathed too badly. I had to limit myself in the war stories that I would share with you, but I have one that I think you might find interesting. A couple of decades ago, Charlotte County was in a period of intense turmoil on the board, and there were 2 or 3 board members who were disruptive, were openly disruptive. And to my amazement, the local state attorney, elected official for the 20th circuit-wide, 5 counties, impaneled a grand jury, basically to address the question, what the heck is wrong with the Charlotte County School Board? Now, I was amazed that that was even a thing, but it was a thing. And the grand jury was impaneled, and the superintendent and key administrative staff and all 5 board members and me separately appeared in secret before the grand jury to go over that question, which gives an interesting focus to what our responsibilities really are in public education and what the public expectations are and can be. So that's the one war story I'm going to allow myself here today. I also would like to point out that if you decide to choose our firm, there will be certain inherent efficiencies to that, because I routinely bill for certain work and certain subscriptions and things like that, expenses to going to FSBAA meetings. If that ever happens again, I divide them up on an FTE basis among my several districts. And my clients have found that to be, helpful and a good thing to do, and they appreciate the sharing of expenses and the joint investment in my training. I also want to point out that I have some charter school experience. I currently represent a small charter school in Lee County on Boca Grande, and I have served on the board of a charter school in Lee County, the Goodwill Charter School for Special Needs Students. And I also had I still represent Glades County, and Glades County has a significant charter school, K through 8. It has, 400 or 500 students, and they have plenty of money. So they're run by the tribe. It's the tribal school in Glades County. And it's very interesting to deal with them because their consultants are excellent. And as I said, they are not short of dough. So they bring a very interesting perspective to the challenges that we face in public education. I have tremendously enjoyed my work in public education, especially big picture. As you know, it's not always a pleasure in the moment to work in public education, but broadly speaking, it's been a real privilege for me. I enjoy working with positive, intelligent people, which is generally what we have in public education. And sometimes I actually am able to convince myself that we're doing good in public education, despite all of the challenges. So that concludes my remarks, and I will be happy to entertain any questions or observations you may have.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll begin on my right with Bridget Ziegler.
Well, thank you for being here. I quite enjoyed your comments. And so there's no question, obviously, you have substantial experience in the school, Florida school districts. But one note that you brought up that I think is very important is recognizing that to avoid the perception that personal loyalties exist, whether it's reality or not, it certainly can be detrimental to the working relationship. How, in your experience, you used an example where there was seemingly somewhat of a divided board, if you will. Sorry, trying to be articulate with this. So how do you navigate something like that? I know it may be hard to specify, if you've been consistently trying to practice that, but is there anything you can share? Because that is the reality. If you compare corporate boards to public elected boards, there certainly are always a diverse set of personalities and such. So can you just elaborate a little bit more on how you properly navigate that?
Well, the first step is to make sure, there are several measures that I would consider. If the board hasn't been through a formal training program, those can be very helpful, because the FSBAA program gives a lot of the basics about how to do relationships, how to get to consensus, how to build, to deal with as you know, a lot of people have no idea how to be a school board member once they're elected. They think of themselves as like mini mayors, right? And as you know very well, on your own, you can't even get a pothole filled, right? You've got to forge a consensus on the board, and then usually get the administration to go along with it as well, depending on the nature of the issue. So go through that, learn that, and then the next step in my process would be to get the board member on one faction or the other to understand the point of view of the other board members, the pressures that are on them, the reasons that things are the way they are. And then if that fails, you're kind of up against it and you have to say, listen, the name of the game is to get to 3. If you can't build a consensus and build a relationship with these people over time, you're not going to be able to do the things that you need to do to be the custodian of the district's, one of the custodians of the district's political capital. So that's my wrap on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Karen, Rose?
Yes, thank you for being here. And you, as Mrs. Ziegler stated, you have extensive school legal counsel experience. And given, I'd like for you to address social media and your stance on it, given in a school system, starting with, it's one of the primary ways our students and a lot of our community and families communicate. What is the advice that you give to the board?
Well, that's kind of an emotional subject in the present environment, you know. But I'm cool, shall we say, toward the whole idea of Facebook because of our obligation to maintain records of the conversations that board members have about public business. You know, and the media is are very attuned to that being a frequent lapse. And, you know, in one of my districts where there's very harmonious board media relationships, that's the only thorn, is that one or more board members are disinclined to even do the simple basics of keeping track of their text messages with constituents and their Facebook conversations with constituents. You know, I can't tell people what to do in this regard, but my advice would be, if you feel like you need to have a Facebook presence, set it up so that it's one way. You know, you can do that so that you make a few statements about how you feel about what are important issues facing the board, and then say, come on down and tell the board how you feel at the meeting next Tuesday, so that you don't have likes and dialogue and messages appearing on that page. So those are my words of caution about social media. And the same, at least now today, the same principles apply, you know, to all forms of social media. The public records law requires you to keep track of those things and to keep them for history, so to speak. And the retention requirements are pretty burdensome, years that stuff is supposed to be available. It's hard to do that with Facebook. They're not set up that way. So it's a challenge, but it isn't going to go away. You know, it isn't something where we can say, we're banning text messaging, or we're banning messaging on Facebook, but you just have. So from a legal standpoint, all we can do is say you have to be mindful of your obligations.
Thank you.
Jane Goodwin?
Well, I want to thank you as well for being here today, and your reputation precedes you, Mr. McKinley. Not only did I talk with a couple of school board members in Charlotte County who are good friends of mine, and I serve with them on various different state organizations, but I also had a call from Glades County from a former school board member who's a really close friend of mine, who was talking about his involvement with you. Mike Presley, you probably remember Mike Presley. Is a really special guy of 36 years on the school board, and a big sugar farmer in that area, and a wonderful man. And so you're the only person that someone called me to say great things about. But I guess the question that I have is, you said you work for the district, and that's kind of a question that I've been vacillating with for a while, because as you grow to be a bigger school district, and we're more than double the size of Charlotte, and Glade has, 2,000 students?
Oh, wait, 1,200.
Okay, I was being gracious, but as you get to be a bigger school district, there's a dilemma for me in that, do we need two kinds of representation? Do we need not a general, generic administrative legal counsel, but do we need a board attorney and an attorney that represents those other things that the superintendent would be involved in. And to the south of Charlotte, as you probably know, Lee County has now got a couple of different attorneys working for them. They have a board attorney. But we are concerned a lot about, somebody that's going to sit in Art Hardy's chair. Would that be you, or would you send Attorney Young, as she normally represents Charlotte County schools?
No, that would be me. That would be me. I would be the one coming to, all the board members that I physically could come to. And the several boards that I represent have been very cooperative in adjusting their schedules so that I can do the things that I need to do. Now, did I understand you that you're wondering about having an administrative attorney and a board attorney? Was that where you were going with your remarks?
Yes, I'm conflicted about that because we're getting to that point, and we have a lot of litigation that we've had in the last year or so. We have all of the normal land use and other things that you might say administratively. So what's on the side of the house that's board related, and what side of the house that's administrative or superintendent related? And in fact, we only have 2 employees, the attorney and the superintendent.
Well, I would be unreceptive to that. Well, unreceptive is too strong an idea. Cool to that idea. Let me put it that way, and let me explain why. Clearly, over the course of jurisprudence in Florida school districts, there are legitimate beefs that arise between the superintendent and the board members about the scope of their authority and responsibility. I am concerned that attorneys being attorneys and board members being board members and superintendents being superintendents, that if you had somebody that was his or her guy and the board's got their guy or girl, that you would naturally have more palace intrigue, basically. And I have, over geologic time, see those situations develop. Now, let me hasten to add that if to do the daily work of the school district, the superintendent were to need dedicated legal resources, I would seek to provide them, under my scope of responsibilities. Either I would do it or we would get another attorney to do it. But that would be somebody who worked for the board attorney whose, vision is our client, my client is the district, not the superintendent. But let me say again, there are scenarios where the superintendent may or will need his or her own attorney. That's different. It usually arises from a conflict over who's supposed to do what or what is the proper action. And if you think about it, that's not really a proper role for the school board attorney in his or her firm anyway. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, but that's not the model that I would see as being the most efficient and the most in needs of the district. Which is not to say the superintendent doesn't need a lot of legal firepower. I'm sure we have hundreds of vendor relationships here, just as one example. All the kinds of things that need careful attention from time to time.
Mr. Edwards?
Thank you both for being here. I appreciate your transparency and your candor. Awesome. I also like the fact that you do put your affiliation to the district, because frankly, board members come and go, and apparently so do superintendents, so that the continuity would be, in your case, as we see in Mr. Hardy, has been an incredible factor in those transition times. I guess my only question, because you answered the other one about sharing expenses, I thought that was pretty interesting too. But I guess my question for you then is what your firm's succession plan is for someone like yourself who has all of this expertise, who I could envision myself working with. What's your firm's plan?
Well, right now, my firm's plan is my plan. And my plan is win, lose, or draw. As far as Sarasota County is concerned, we're going to be increasing our commitment to school law and getting one or more other people to work with me and keep the succession of knowledge and these business relationships, these, important business relationships, not just for my firm, but for Southwest Florida, intact and keep it moving forward, because I would like to believe that over the decades, we've done good things for public education through our offices, and I would like to see that continue. So that's the plan.
Thank you.
I'll ask you a question I asked the other ones too, and that has to do with legal cases that are going through the system. One that is perhaps bringing a lot of press on it, and a judge rules in a way that our attorney feels is not accurate and would have long-lasting effects on us, and we agree to appeal the decision in the executive session. Press comes out, at the next meeting, people come out and hammer us for it, and after the new business is completed, a board member offers a motion to reverse the appeal, or throw out the appeal, or stop the appeal. What would your advice be to the board on how to proceed with that action?
If that live grenade were passed to me, my impulse would say, let's go back into executive session and talk about that some more, so that we all are hearing the same things at the same time. You certainly can change your views. You certainly can change your position on a difficult issue like that. But let's take advantage of that shade meeting and go talk about it in executive session. That would be my first impulse.
Thank you. Bridget?
No, I think, you've been, to Mr. Edwards' part, you're very transparent. So I really do believe, I think I have most of my questions answered. You did a good job overviewing, so I'm
thank you.
Normally filled with questions, but I'm good.
Sorry, I'm good, thank you.
Jane?
I'm fine, thanks.
I'm good enough of that guy.
Well, you have been open, but there's been a couple of questions I've asked other people, and it's kind of to see, and you probably have more input on how to answer these than some of the other ones. There's a family in a school, and there's been issues with the children. They're coming to school dirty, messed up, they see bruises. After several calls to the abuse hotline, the abuse investigator contacts the school and said, you're harassing my client, quit reporting these things.
What?
A teacher comes to the principal and says, he's got bruises, what do I do? Do you call it in?
Keep doing it. The law says you have to keep doing it. If the investigator really says we're harassing this family, then it's time to escalate that situation. That's not how it's supposed to work.
Okay.
We're playing Stump the Attorney now. Let's ask him some really hard ones.
Yeah, well, another one that comes up, and I'm sure it's come up for you too, has to do with two parents show up at the school. They both want to take the child.
Well, that comes up all the time. Sometimes you have to involve the SRO, but assuming it's not one of those kinds of cases, if it's a child of tender years and the child is illegitimate, then no matter what it says in the birth certificate, what the mom says rules. But these cases can devolve to a point any number of directions. They can spiral out of control any number of directions. So after you've gone through the simple basics, is there a binding court order in Florida? Doesn't matter about the New Jersey court order. Once you've checked all those boxes, when all else fails, you have to look at what's good for the child. That's my one of those. I have one of those a month at least, where everything else, all of the legal nonsense, is no good. So you have to do what's in the best interest of the child and push that direction. Which in many cases, if you have social workers that are part of the school system, sometimes it's good for them to get involved, to interface with children and families, or county agencies or whoever else may come to bear on this problem, but getting buy-in from the school social worker and explaining, where we're coming from on these difficult issues. And one of the boxes that you check as you go through the process is to try to encourage the parents to act like adults and to make it clear that we're not going to put up with a free-for-all at school. That's not what we're here for. They can go to court if they're unhappy with how things are resolved as to the access to the child and those kinds of things.
I have a follow-up.
She's got a question.
I told you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Bridget.
In the event, because you mentioned, and Mrs. Goodwin, and we've kind of toyed back and forth with the board attorney and whether you have an administrative, but given what you explained, which makes sense to me, in your history, you're representing kind of both, so you're involved with a lot of administrative legal items, legal circumstances. At what point do you make the board aware of certain pending litigation or circumstances that are coming down the pipe that have the high probability of going to litigation? For example, we do lots of administrative law, et cetera. At what point do you believe it's imperative that the board be made aware of those circumstances?
In my, well, there are several different flavors to that question.
Mm-hmm.
If I would not want to barrel roll the superintendent, so I would encourage the superintendent to, in his normal communication process, to let this know that this situation was starting to boil over, and to come at it from that perspective. Otherwise, it's, I don't want to be at cross purposes with the superintendent. I look at that as his or her job to keep the board advised of, something that's bouncing around that looks like it could be a big problem. And and so hopefully the board and the superintendent have the kind of relationship where they can have those conversations and say, this has happened and this isn't really looking good, and it's probably going to be a problem, and that's, in my experience, that's not an unusual occurrence in school district land, because of parents and children and staff members and all the things that they do. A board could also adopt a formalized process where any pending litigation was briefly reported on, and it was just an item that was submitted on the agenda. This case is in discovery or in settlement or whatever the posture of an actual case is. I am inclined to avoid public discussion of a case that might be happening, right? I would feel more comfortable to say, okay, we've been sued, and here's the basis for the suit, and here's what we're going to do to defend it. That's, to me, the safer, more cautious course about how to handle a situation like that. And if somebody says, I'm going to sue you because I'm mad at you about this decision, I don't say this out loud, but the posture is, okay, well, the courts are open every day, go on down. We get sued multiple times per month. Go ahead, do your worst. But it doesn't really exist until the suit is filed,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Thank you.
I have another question.
You have a question now?
Sure. I'd like to just tap on your experience and how you got to where you are, because you do come with great recommendations and credentials. Can you come up with an example of one of the greatest challenges you've ever had as legal counsel for a school board and how you overcame that?
Well, personally, the grand jury war story I mentioned earlier was pretty challenging because we had a sharply divided board with 2 or 3 very, very disruptive personalities, and I prevailed there by waiting them out. Another election cycle came along, and the voters elected 2 completely different kinds of people. In fact, one got the impression that the board selected those people because they knew how to behave, and the seas were calm. In my job, also, I would like to give myself some credit for the dog that didn't bark, for the bad thing that didn't happen. I worked for a long time with an administrator who's now retired in Charlotte, who had a real gift for telling parents that their child wasn't going to graduate or was going to be thrown out of school forever or whatever his fate was. And she had such great empathy and such a great way with the parents that they'd hug her and thank her after they had those conversations. Now, I wonder how many dogs didn't bark, just based on her abilities. That's the kind of thing that I admire. It's easy to say, if you want to tee it up, we'll tee it up. It's harder to say, let's try to find a way to reason through this or work this out or wait it out or look at it another way. So I guess that's my best answer to your, there have been a lot of things that turned out well. We built a gazillion dollars worth of schools in Charlotte after Hurricane Charlie. Something like 80% of our student stations were redone. And we didn't have any major litigation. And I worked very hard to make sure that our documents and processes and all of that was in order. So those are the things that I'm inclined to pat myself on the back about.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have another question that I've asked other, if a board member comes to you and tells you that another board member has come to them about, let's fire the superintendent, or let's do anything about any vote that's coming up. Well, how would you advise that board member to proceed if they went to you to tell you that that board member came to them about an issue?
You have to be very, very careful in that particular example because that could be daisy chaining, right? And that's a very, very dangerous course of action for elected officials in Florida, as you know. And a lot of it is how you say it. If a board member came and said, well, I'm concerned, and I love to use the example of firing the superintendent because I use the example of firing myself. Let's say we're going to fire McKinley, It's one thing to say that for one board member to come to me and say, there's a sentiment on the board to fire you. And it's another thing to say, I'm counting the votes and I have A, B, and C to fire you. The first is okay, the second is not okay. And so I guess job one in that scenario would be to explain the legal peril of the way the board member was talking and then try to get to why do you want to fire McKinley?
Do we have any other questions down here? I want to thank you for coming and just your attitude, your laid back attitude. You kind of remind me of the Lawton Childs when I worked with him, and the little things you say, and you obviously understand the questions. And your comment about that's a live grenade. You understand the extreme importance of some of these things that come to you and the problems that would come with it. And I really appreciate that. And I think your openness has filled us up. One thing we haven't talked about, and I don't know that we're going to talk about rates, but one of the things we were talking about was people who have to come from another area. Are you charging us by the hour when you get here or when you leave your office?
I charge Charlotte, I live in Charlotte, so I don't charge them internal travel time. For Hardee and Glades, I charge them for the travel time, so I'd have a hard time charging them and not charging you. So yes, when I get in the car, which is I work mostly from home these days, and I live at the Kings Highway exit, so it's only 40 minutes to get here.
Okay. Any other questions? We are finished with you.
Thank you.
Who's this gentleman you have with you who's
let me
been very
remind you,
quiet?
Warren Ross, my partner.
Do you have any comments you'd like to make to us?
I have filled in for Mike at the various school board meetings when he couldn't make it, and I am a Sarasota County resident, for whatever that's worth.
Oh, you are a Sarasota County resident?
Yeah. I don't know that matters, but I thought I'd mention that.
Well, it might. We like that. We like that. And your name was?
Warren Ross.
Warren Ross, Sarasota County. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's been very nice spending time with you. I love the sound of my own voice.
And it's Waltitsky, right?
That's right. Thank you.
Is our next one here yet?
No, ma'am,
Not yet?
not yet.
All right, we'll recess until they get here and.
Can't have the superintendent pass an hour. Right? There's a son, Christian.
I thought we decided on the value adjustment. Christian is on.
I'm not allowed to be on it.
Oh.
Attorneys, I didn't know it was on it. Sorry.
That's why I gave everybody a copy. Do I already want to order lunch?
Oh, thank you. Sarah.
What I don't know.
Whoa, well, sometimes I feel like I look like it, but I walk in.
Did you have a nanny or a grandparent?
I have, my grandparents, both of our parents live in the area, so I have good COVID, I'm not my father. So, and then I have a support nanny every couple times a week in the morning. I have a staff member, sometimes they campus. Yeah, so my parents live right down the street off the Farm Road, and then my mother-in-law lives downtown. So my mother-in-law started preschool in our retirement, so I try not to bug her to watch the kids because she's now watching lunch. And then, but usually, but yeah, I mean, I have it's a building. Oh, no, I'm good. It all works. And I include them in a lot of stuff, and I get to see it all live action.
And how are you doing, Miss Karen?
I'm doing good, thank you for asking. How about you? How are you?
I am fine, I'm very impressed. They live the new group.
Thank you.
They're collegial, which is very good. It really is. The word is coming. I have the big one, I have the nothing but positive. But I've read it because I've had two, and same thing with that.
Thank you.
The word is done.
That's good.
Yeah,
Keep it
my
positive.
When I retire, I'm gonna work on animal rescue. Oh, okay. Will you rescue me? I need it. I'm gonna work on frog rescue. Exactly. I'm gonna work on rescuing frogs. No, I'm gonna work on something. They're very important. Well, they are, and I love frogs. I do love frogs. Well, there is something about frogs that people, you know why I have this? Because you know my name actually means frog. Oh, no, I didn't know that. Rana, without the H, is the genus of frog. Okay. So I say my name means frog, but I'm not ready to croak yet.
You're not ready to what yet?
I'm not ready to croak yet.
Croak, I see.
Yeah. No, and when I found that, my mother never knew that, but, when I was studying biology, and everybody goes to
enough to drive them crazy. You know who to talk to? Talk to the chief.
But like, if they can all get, vaccinated, I haven't talked to him about this, but, I would have to, I think, bring my iPad, my laptop, and my iPhone together and have us go maybe delete everything from the signature and then put it back in again.
Maybe. Listen, I couldn't. It was so funny. I was having a hard time getting into my Outlook on my desktop. And in the past, I'd get this message and it would say, you know, this is not a safe site.
Did you get a 365?
Yes, yes. So then, but in the past, it was, if I waited a couple of hours, I was able to get back in. So I assumed it was the district was having problems. Well, I called Kristen and he said, try rebooting your computer. I said, it's as simple as that.
And I said, well, Andrew, how long did it take to walk on the field? How long was she with him? She had a problem with my knee. A couple of minutes. I said, well, then you don't have to worry.
See, it was my pleasure to be here at 8:15 because if I cancel rowing, I might as well be here.
So if anything was, they went to the ground. I said, the chances are, I said, I doubt that they would even isolate her because she wasn't there long enough with the girl. And they both had masks. Well, they were standing next to each other. I'm recording something at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I think and they were outside. It's going to be laying in the rain and doing some. I mean, it wasn't pouring rain, but it was a misting rain.
Yeah, me too.
The chance of her catching.
Yeah, I usually pick up the phone and call Nick and say, what's Nicole doing?
She went and got her tested yesterday. I like, I'm in love with Brian Lee, so I watched the 11 o'clock show at night.
He was my favorite, and they used to have him on at...
Because of the lie that he told, that he blah, blah, blah. But,
Yeah.
you know, who hasn't told us? I mean, I've got 3 more of these things here. With a school board meeting on Saturday, so sometimes I end up with 3 or 4 invitations on the same calendar. So that she could take her out to buy clothes, so she kind of falls her mom, because she always buys her these cute little clothes with buckles and all of these things, and she will often have clothes that have mermaids or unicorns on them. She says, no, you need to start dressing like a middle schooler. You know, you're gonna be there. Oh, now how do I get? How does it just go? I'm looking at picture, or maybe it's because I don't have it on the.
Are you going to put hurricane in?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got somebody coming. My insurance policy is so expensive. My house is almost 6 years old. And it's in good shape, and we've maintained it, and we've built it, and my family's always lived in it. But a scam called homeowners insurance in Florida has just now this is a 10-year-old.
Yeah, and
I'm looking at doing several things in my house to mitigate the cost, but also give me better peace of mind. And if I ever sell it and move to the old folks' home, then I'm protecting my investment.
Yep. The house I bought already had it done, and the house was built in 1980, and it was already done, and it's a huge building.
My house was built about 9 years before your 1980, but it's time for the window. There's somebody coming out tomorrow.
And even when, just be prepared, because it's a big price tag.
Oh, it's $1,400 a window. Well, you know what middle school kids look like. But I'm like, stop that. 5th grade, she needs to start looking like
That's
a
why
She's beautiful. Yeah, no, she does. She looks like an adolescent. I said, well, now you're going to have to, I said, you know, you're going to have to start brushing your teeth in your
if you can send me, cause it's not, I'm not every Tuesday, and sometimes if it's at 3 o'clock, I can make it. It moves around, I don't pay attention, I just show up when Kathy tells me. Yeah, it moves around. I have been out. I was out yesterday. I couldn't be there today because we had this, but anytime.
Did you see Maddie with her middle school?
Yeah, no. If it's, I like it to be above 50 degree, and we really don't go out and win. So that's another advantage. But as soon as you start moving, your body heat
I hope you get an hour break. I need an hour break. I really want to. Done at 2. Done at 2. Come back at 2. But I really hope you have an extra hour break.
I know. And the other part of that, which is not fun either, is that normally we have a dock and we carry our boat right out on the dock and set it and we don't get wet if we don't flip. But now our dock got really hammered in the last storm, and so we're missing a section, which means we're launching from the beach and we are getting wet. So when it was below 50, I didn't buy. It's like I row almost every day. I don't need to get out there in 40-degree weather and
Andrew's kind of like that too, isn't she?
we're right behind Spanish Point.
It's asterisk Sarasota.
So it's Little Sarasota Bay. And then we'll compete a lot at Benderson, but we'll compete around the state, but mostly at Benderson.
For me as a new member.
But in terms of practice and rowing, I'm in Little Sarasota Bay, right behind Spanish Point. It's good for me in so many ways. Yes, from a health perspective, but I have to tell you, it's such a beautiful way to start your day in a sunrise. On the water, almost every day. And an issue, I work it out in my head. When I was running for office, if I wasn't rowing, I biked. And even now, like with issues that come up that I think are problematic, that I really need to think about how I'm going to present here and how to present, to the superintendent, I'll really work it out. And I do that because the exercise is repetitive. Yeah. And it helps me be less intense.
Makes me terribly sad, because his dad had bone marrow transplant, and then that gave him an additional 15
Well,
years.
it's just a sport that I really, really love, and the people are also incredible. I don't know why it is. I guess because we're all, which is unusual. It's an unusual interest.
Well, I think we should send him some flowers, but I don't know if that's appropriate.
Right. No, I love the sport because also you never get it right. It's continuous improvement, and when you make, a leap or you even make a change, there's still 10 more things to work on.
Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
And he didn't probably
Well, that's true.
The kids have plenty of snacks, I'm sure, but.
Yeah. We're ready.
Okay, our next speakers are here. If we can all resume at the table. Okay.
This was interesting. As long as you're ready. The lights on?
I've never been, but I know I can feel it.
Good afternoon. Pardon me. I did have a PowerPoint, but we don't have to use it. Is it better if it's short? Would you prefer we just,
What would you like to do?
We can try to get it set up.
should we try it? I don't have the best of luck with technology, so maybe we give it a shot and then we.
Yeah, and we're running a little bit ahead, so.
So we have a few minutes to try it. We have an expert here, so good. If I was left to my own devices, we might have some issues, so. and I look over your shoulder. My wife cautioned me not to pull up the one that says taxes for obvious reasons, so let's see here. Easy enough. So I need to.
Okay, we have the presentation from the Chartwell Law Group.
Yes, ma'am.
And your name?
My name is Brian Bartley.
Brian Bartley. Okay.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Brian Bartley. I'm in the Fort Myers office. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here. As the father of 3 school-age children, I can't begin to imagine what all of you face and what you're dealing with. So I understand, obviously, your time constraints, and I do want to thank you. What I would like to do, if possible, is maybe introduce myself briefly and talk a little bit, I promise, just a little bit, and then maybe a little bit about our firm, and then I understand maybe you have some questions for me. Again, my name is Brian Bartley. I'm originally from Charleston, West Virginia. I came down to Florida for college in 1987 at the University of Miami. Apologies to any of my Gator or Seminole fan friends in the room. And went to law school also at the University of Miami and loved it so much that I've stayed here and haven't looked back. I have been practicing law now for, hard to believe, 25 years. And obviously with this esteemed group, it's nice that I can say without clarification that I've been practicing law for 25 years. A lot of people bemoan Facebook. I happen to think that it's somewhat helpful for some things. Most notably, my wife is very good about posting photos of my children, so my mother doesn't yell at me that she doesn't see pictures of the grandkids. I also think it's good. I recently, 5 or 10 years ago, reconnected with a buddy from high school. As we say, good old boy. I don't think he was in running for valedictorian, and obviously something all of you can appreciate. I never intended to be a lawyer. I went to law school as a means to an end. I was going to run for political office someday, and my friends in high school knew that. And when I reconnected with this buddy, he said, "Oh, how you been? Did you ever get into politics?" And I said, "No, I never did. I fell in love with law, and I'm just living in Florida practicing law." And he's like, "We've been out of high school a while now." I said, yeah, we have. He goes, "Well, how much longer before you get to do it for real and not just practicing?" And he was sincere, this poor fella. And I said, no, I'm actually a lawyer, and I have been doing it for a while. So, but like I said, never got into politics, but do enjoy and love the practice of law. And as you can see from the packet we submitted, and all candor to everybody, I have a lot of experience dealing with public entities and school boards, Lee County, Charlotte County, but strictly in the area of workers' compensation. So with regard to issues of land use and IEPs and student discipline in those areas, our firm, as a full-service firm, has those experiences, various attorneys. But as for me personally, like I said, my experience, although I have a wealth of experience dealing with public entities, has been in the realm of workers' compensation defense, as I said, for school boards and whatnot. So briefly, as far as a little bit about our firm, you might not be familiar with our firm. Relatively new here to Florida. I was a partner in a large law firm up until about 6 years ago, when my wife, who's also in the packet, happens to be one of my law partners, and our whole office amicably left that firm and joined Chartwell. And not to sound like I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, but it means a lot to me when my wife says that's really the best thing you've ever done for us career-wise as our family, making the switch to Chartwell. And I don't mind telling you, I'm very proud of our firm and what we stand for. And we've had some rather remarkable growth, as you can see there. It was started as a boutique firm in 2002, strictly in Pennsylvania. 4 lawyers that joined or were together, a large firm, and split off and said, we want to have a better work-life balance. We want to have certain ideals that our firm is going to stand for. And they founded Chartwell, and since then we've grown to 167 lawyers. You can see we're in 18 offices in 7 different states, relatively new here in Florida, practice in all areas of civil litigation, and we're rather proud. We were recently named by the National Law Journal as one of the fastest growing law firms in the country. As far as the name, a lot of times people will say, I know a lot of lawyers in your firm, but who's Attorney Chartwell? I never met Mr. Chartwell, or I never have heard of Miss Chartwell. Well, it's because that person doesn't exist. Sounds sort of anecdotal, but it's true, and something that drew me to the firm. The 4 founding partners didn't want this to be an ego trip or a vanity project. They didn't want to just have a string of names, although that's fine. We know a lot of firms that do that. They wanted it to be about a collaborative effort. They wanted it to be a law firm where we really don't have a hierarchy per se, where your name's on the door, my name is not, and therefore I'm a second-class citizen. So they came up with this name Chartwell, and I will admit, even though I was a history minor, I did not know that Chartwell was the name of Winston Churchill's estate. And they thought that that name embodied what we strive to be as a law firm: wise, measured counsel with goodwill, while at the same time practicing zealous advocacy. So that's how that came about, and why we are Chartwell Law, and that we don't make it about just a few partners in the firm, a few named partners. I talked about some of the values that, sorry if I missed that, there's the picture of the estate. Some of the, I'm sorry, was there a question? Oh, I apologize, I'm sorry, I thought there was a question. We talked about some of the values, and this is, again, something that really drew me to the firm when I made the transition from my old firm. And you can see it there, which, again, this overarching principle of sort of being driven by some of the attributes and the principles that Winston Churchill set forth. Obviously, understanding. I've practiced law long enough to know that I can know the statute inside and out, but if I don't have an understanding of your needs and the issues you face and your troubles and what you need, I cannot be a good advocate for you. So we really strive to get to know our clients, what they need, what their issues are, and how we can best help them. I also routinely hear from my clients, which is rather shocking, well, our attorney just tells us what to do without ever asking for feedback. And I think that's the worst thing you can do as an advocate, as a counselor. And you see there we also put an emphasis on collaboration. And I weekly have meetings with my clients where we have strategy sessions, or how often my clients would like to do that, to get feedback so that we can strategize together and best come up with how we can assist you with your needs and whatever issues you might be facing. Part of that also, again, as you can see, shouldn't need to be stated, but communication. Again, I hear this a lot. I can't get a hold of my attorney. I can't reach them. And I'm old enough to remember when I first started practicing and they started talking about inter-office email. I couldn't email you outside of the office, but if we were attorneys in the same firm, I could send you a message, and that seemed rather foreign to me. I know I'm dating myself by saying that. But obviously today, with email and text messages and cell phone, we place a premium on that. And that's something we strive for. We want to be there available for clients because we know issues arise. I get calls on the weekends, at night, emails, text messages. That's something we welcome with whoever the designated person is that you would want us to reach out to in case the board has an issue that we need to jump on immediately. We strive to be there for our clients to do that. And then finally, commitment. A very strong commitment to cost containment and litigation management. We firmly believe that taking a proactive, collaborative stance early on can save money in the long run and can provide some much-needed relief and mitigation of expense costs for litigation, because we all know how expensive that can be. To have an early effort to team together to see how we can come up with a plan to best help the school board, the school district to prevent litigation and that type of thing. I realize it's probably not as relevant since we're obviously here in Sarasota. As mentioned, I am in Fort Myers, but that just gives you an idea of our various Florida office locations throughout the state. I decided to take out the slides regarding offices in other states because that's probably not of too much interest to our group here today. But you can see that we have statewide coverage throughout. And as I indicated, a lot of my partners that do have experience with student discipline in areas like that, candidly, some of them are in different areas. Some are on the East Coast. One of my partners in Jacksonville has a lot of experience with those types of issues that were set forth in the proposal as well. As far as practice areas, probably nothing too earth-shattering. As I said, we pretty much cover all areas of civil litigation, everything from workers' compensation, business law, general liability, land use and zoning, bankruptcy, those types of things. Again, we do not do, obviously, any criminal defense work, strictly civil litigation. And then as far as the industries served, there's just a sampling. Obviously, you can see there quite a bit of work with various government entities that we have experience with. But a lot of general liability work as well, slip and falls, workers' comp, as I said, land use. One thing we did say, one area that we do not have experience in that we would need to advise you of is public funding, bond issues and whatnot. We do not have any attorneys in the firm that deal with those issues. So they did feel the need when they put this together to have, not that you need to see me again, but just a brief outline. They put together 3 of us as a sampling, myself, my wife Amanda, who my other partners love to remind me is the much smarter, much better looking Bartley, and I can't argue with that, of course. And you can see there with Amanda as well. She also has some experience not only with workers' comp, but assisting with other school boards, and previously worked in the U.S. Department of Education in the Office of Civil Rights in Boston. And then finally, my partner Heather Hatch, who is in Palm Beach, again, obviously on the other coast, but who has a lot of experience dealing with school board ethics issues and student discipline and those types of matters as well. So I tried to keep this brief. Again, I want to thank all of you sincerely. I understand you might have some questions or anything. Sorry to go through that quickly, but obviously it was not my intent to be overly tedious and bore you with a commercial for our firm. But again, I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to be here in front of you today.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll start with questions from the board members. Start on my right, Bridget Ziegler.
Hello there. Thank you for being here and for your interest. One questions that I have 2 overview, but ultimately is government experience and working with boards, that being a very important factor, at least for me. Certainly there's a number of other areas of operations that you have identified you have a breadth of experience in, but can you speak to that, what your experience is, and also would you be the individual who would be the lead general counsel that would be sitting here with our board meetings from the parliamentarian standpoint to assist in those factions, or is that going to be Amanda? I'm sorry.
That obviously would be, I would defer to the board on that. I discussed that with my wife as the fact that she's not only my partner, but my wife, and she sends her regrets. She was the one that signed it, obviously put my name on it, but that she had to speak at at Florida Gulf Coast University. So honestly, it would be up to the board. It could be either one of us. I'm in Fort Myers, I'm in Sarasota all the time, so I absolutely could be here if need be, or whenever, and then with the understanding, like I said, if it's an area of land use or something that I don't have expertise in, I have my backup, if you will, of 167 other lawyers that do that area of law that I could reach out to for assistance to get the proper counsel for you.
Right, but on the daily meeting aspects, which is who we really typically will deal with, one general counsel, certainly if there's someone that we need specialized expertise, that being typically one individual. I mean, at least that's how we've done it in the past. I don't know that that's the only way to do it, but that's what I just wanted to make sure if it was you or it would be Amanda.
Would most likely be me.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is Karen Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bartley, for being here. Appreciate your interest. Can you talk about how prepared you are to guide us, being on the dais in all of our meetings in the parliamentary rules?
Parliamentary rules, interesting. It's been a while. I was parliamentarian way back in college for student government, so in all fairness, I would certainly have to bone up on that as far as strict parliamentarian rules. But as indicated, I certainly could be available and would be the one that could be here whenever you need me to. Again, I'm in Fort Myers, but I'm in Sarasota all the time. So.
And you've spoken about the Fort Myers a few times. Travel costs associated with that?
I would defer to the board on that. Very often, I leave that completely up to the clients. That's not required. If that's something that's typically done, that's fine, but if not, that certainly would not be a disincentive for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jane Goodwin?
Thank you for being here. We have a model that is really that, we have one person that we work with, and that person is here every time we have a board meeting, and they help with some parliamentary issues. They help with getting information out to us that's needed, and work with the rest of the school district on cases that might be workman's comp, or might be land use, or some of the things that you're probably more familiar with or have worked more on than general school law. How familiar are you with our big, thick book of statutes, which seems to get thicker every year, unfortunately, in the legislature in Tallahassee? But how familiar are you in working with school law?
Again, personally, with school law, with issues such as IEP and land use and student discipline, in all candor, not very. As I said, I am a workers' compensation practitioner primarily, so extremely familiar with that. But Ms. Goodwin must tell you that as far as specific statutes and familiarity with that is not something I have practiced in personally.
Tom Edwards?
I pretty much have had my questions answered. I was a little confused as to who would be sitting next to us. The way I read it was that it was going to be Amanda, but if it's you, that's understandable. And also, my question was, as I read the document, was that you primarily are a workman's compensation expertise boutique, even though you've expanded into other areas, but you answered my question that Mrs. Goodwin asked about education law.
Right.
But thank you for being here.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Edwards, to clarify, correct. As far as myself, I am a workers' comp practitioner. Our firm is by no means just a workers' comp boutique. And like I said, we have other attorneys that handle all those areas that are listed in the proposal. But as far as myself, correct, I am workers' compensation. Thank you.
I too have some concerns about the education law and how you would be able to come up to speed on some of those things, especially with student discipline. I think contract law you can deal with, but we have specific laws that we have to follow. I mean, there's a whole section of the Florida statutes on the law. Are there other people in your firm down in Fort Myers that deal with the schools? And has anyone dealt either with a school district or a local government body advising them on sunshine laws, ethic laws, contract laws, working with the state?
Not in Fort Myers, no. And I have reached out to my partners as part of this proposal. The attorney that has dealt with sunshine law, code of ethics, student discipline, there are 2 in Palm Beach and 1 in Jacksonville. But in Fort Myers, it's myself and Amanda, my wife, and again, we're both workers' compensation practitioners.
Do any of the offices work with a school board on general issues, or is it all related to workers' comp?
Oh, no, they do. And I'm sorry, those other attorneys deal with school boards on other issues, student discipline, land use, ethics, IEP, special education, those types of things.
Are any of them a school board attorney that works specifically with the board?
No. In those jurisdictions, my understanding is they are not designated school board attorneys like we have here in Sarasota. They are outside counsel that would get individual cases and assist the board that way, but not as far as a dedicated school board attorney as you have here in Sarasota, if that makes sense. More acting in a form of an outside counsel assisting the board, if that makes sense.
Bridget?
No, my questions are answered. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you.
Jane?
So your Chartwell office in Fort Myers is recently opened?
We have been open now for 7 years.
7 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I asked somebody in Lee County if they knew of you, and they did not. And that's probably because of the specialized nature of it. But if you were sitting with us and you were the board attorney, you'd be looking to develop along the lines of being our board attorney who had the experience and the maybe education and some of the things that would be required of you to get up to speed on school law generally?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. And obviously, like I said, I've represented school boards in terms of workers' compensation for so long. That is a certain soft spot, if I may, in my heart for as far as my practice. That's something I enjoy. Again, I'm the father of 3 school-age children, so that is partly or mainly what drew me to this. So absolutely, I do understand that there would be a bit of a learning curve. Again, I would have the support and the help of my partners that do those areas, again, as outside counsel, but fully understand that if the intent is, as I understand it, for me to be sitting here in every single meeting, that I would have to get up to speed rather quickly on the statutes in those other areas. Absolutely.
Miami-Dade and Broward and Palm Beach County are like a small country compared to us, and they have inside counsel and outside counsel, so you have served in those specialized natures for them.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Tom?
I'm good, thank you.
I'll go to my list of questions I've asked some of the others to see what their experience is on how they would handle issues regarding issues that come up on a regular basis for a school district. One is child abuse investigations. A teacher notices bruises on a child or that the child is unkempt. They call, and they've made several calls to the child abuse hotline. In fact, there's been several children at the school. Several teachers have made the complaints. The abuse investigator calls the principal and says, your teachers are harassing my client. Quit calling in complaints. A teacher comes up and says, she's got another complaint. There's another bruise on the child. What would you advise that principal to tell the teacher in regards to?
Sadly, this is something that I have experience with prior to our 3 children. I wish we still had the time, but you can understand with us both practicing and having 3 children of our own, we were foster parents and we went through the training here in Florida. So I have some firsthand experience and I realize and understand the breadth of the problem we have. The advice I would give would be, I think that teacher is doing his or her job and fulfilling her oath or his oath to watch out for the special interest and the best interest of that child. And it's a shame, and I don't doubt that it happens, that they would say, well, this person's harassing us and is constantly calling the client. We need to protect that child, and we need to go through whatever efforts. Maybe it's perhaps the principal needs to assist and make a phone call to Child Protective Services or do something to get their attention. One thing that I have known, again, as the parent of 3 small children, is that the teachers know. The teachers know better than anybody. I've had teachers say to me when I pick my child up at the end of the day, hey, this bruise wasn't here this morning. And not that they're accusing me, of course, but they understand. And I think if the teacher is noticing this pattern, there's no better person to protect that child and to understand that there is an issue. So my advice would be, whatever way we could do to get the attention of Child Protective Services or whatever, to at least make a good faith investigation. Maybe it is nothing. Maybe it's like my 2 boys that are roughhousing and playing Hulk and Batman the night before and it's innocent, but we owe it to the child to investigate that.
Thank you. I'll ask all 3 questions of you then.
All right.
Another one has to do with an ethics issue. What would you do if a board member comes to you and tells you that another board member has come to her with a proposal to take actions, fire a superintendent or vote a certain way? So this board member comes to you and says, my fellow board member has come to me about this upcoming vote. What should I do?
You mean not seeking legal counsel from me, but sort of letting me in on
letting
strategy.
You know that somebody has contacted them or spoke to them regarding, is this a violation of the Sunshine Law? And what should I do?
Oh, I see. So it's not one board member coming about another board member. It's a board member saying that they had information regarding someone that's
No, it's a board member coming to you, but that another board member has come to her regarding action. So she thinks that maybe this is a violation of Sunshine. What should she do?
Well, I would honestly investigate more fully the Florida Sunshine Law. I have spoken in the past on the Sunshine Law. We do know how broad those records are. I think that very well might fall with under that. I think it depends upon. And the other concern, of course, would be, as I understand it, as the school board attorney, obviously, the client would be the school board as a whole. And my question would be, would there be individual attorney-client privilege with communications? For instance, Ms. Brown, if you and I have communications regarding board business, I'm not so sure that it's, in other words, I'm not representing Ms. Brown, I'm representing the school board as a whole. So I think in the terms of attorney-client privilege, it would be, the privilege would inure to the board as a whole, not to individual members. And that very well, you'd have to look at the Sunshine Law to see how that would govern that particular issue and the facts of what's brought to me.
Another issue has to do with legal matters that the school has before them. We meet in executive session, discuss suits that are out there. Say, for instance, a judge issues a ruling and the attorney says, no, this issue ruling will hurt us in the future. We can't let this stand. I'm going to ask you to appeal. In the executive session, the board members agree with the attorney to go ahead with the appeal. Well, the press gets a hold of it and the public is screaming at the next board meeting, and a board member makes a motion to reverse the appeal or drop the appeal. What do you do? What do you advise the board?
Whenever, and I have a lot of experience with advising clients on whether or not to take a matter up for appeal. Sometimes it's as simple as, do we want to make bad law? Do we want to appeal this and possibly have a case out there with your client name on it? But obviously with the school board, that concern is magnified, right, exponentially because of the concerns you're talking about with the press getting involved. That would be something I would advise the board. If there is pressure, for lack of a better word, to drop the appeal, I think a decision has to be made whether or not it's in the best interest of the school board and of the students, and not to necessarily cave to pressure from somebody if there really is a meritorious basis for this appeal, weighing, of course, as we always would have to, the potential fallout from any negative publicity. But obviously that would have to come into play. But if the appeal is meritorious, if we feel that there is something, perhaps a mistake of law that the judge applied and that there is basis for an appeal, I'm not so sure that merely because there would be so few people that would be disgruntled at that would be the basis for dropping the appeal if the board feels that it's necessary to go forward with it on the merits.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from anyone? I think you talked about the travel expenses. That would be something that we would work with.
Yes,
in
ma'am,
contract.
absolutely,
Okay.
sure.
We do have a firm that represents us for workers' comp issues. We would be looking for someone that would work with us at the board meetings and that would work with us on contract law with our departments, and of course handling legal issues, any litigation, and answering that question the principal has about someone. So those are the kinds of things we would be needing. And what would you do, as somebody else asked, what would you do to bring yourself up to speed so that you would be available to answer those questions?
Yeah. You know, I think back to when I first started doing workers' compensation, and there weren't any, again, I'm dating myself, starting off with the firm, and I'd hear them talk, and there weren't any really resources, right? You could go, and I remember my boss saying, well, here's the statute, go read it, which is a good place to start, but we all know that that's not necessarily the end-all, be-all. One nice thing about this day and age is that you've got so many resources, webinars, online, CLE courses, these types of things, where it's relatively easy to get up to speed. Giving credit to my wife, something different. Again, we've done workers' compensation, and she's recently started doing first-party property work. In other words, if you're familiar with that, claims for hurricane damage and whatnot, and representing. And 6 months ago, she didn't do it, and now she's up to 145 cases and trying it. And again, because of that, because of the ability to go on and have webinars and whatnot. So in answer to your question, obviously starting with the statute would be first and foremost. but would be reaching out for various online webinars, CLEs, those types of things, to become fully versed in those issues.
Yeah, I think there's a School Board Attorneys Association. You'd join?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions? We thank you for coming, and
Thank you for having me.
make sure that you leave your contact information with our assistant, and we will call you if we have additional questions. Any notes we took today and the comments that you made today are all public records.
Yes, ma'am.
As I'm sure you know.
Yes, I do.
And we appreciate you
Well,
coming.
thank you so much. It was an honor to be here.
Thank you
And
so much.
all of you, please be well, stay safe, and thank you so much. Thanks for all you do.
Well, we have a half hour before our next one, or are they here, or?
They're actually here.
Pardon me?
They're actually here.
They're actually here. Well, they'll get a star for being early. Again, thank you, Brian.
Thank you. They're already here. Does that mean you don't get lunch? I thought you'd have a break for lunch.
I just haven't been wearing my jackets. And I decided I was gonna wear a long sleeve blouse, and then I found out that the collar doesn't always go with the jacket. But I'll put it back on again. Nah, yeah, I'm telling the world what I. Sure. I could say some self-aggrandizing things while I'm here. What could I say?
I love myself and I love myself. Split personality.
I saw that.
I signed up for that, actually, I had to pull up for that for conferences. State legislators. Pardon me?
We're still live to the community, just so you know.
Yeah, I turned my mic off.
Okay, but if her mic's on, you might pick you out.
I don't have my,
Okay, just want to make sure you're aware.
the red button, but I'm not talking.
You told me National School Board Association is that for the time?
I told him I would even come in and do it here if it was
Good afternoon.
The lead speaker should sit here, and other speakers on either side, they can share microphones. So
we
can pull up a chair if you want. Other chairs.
Oh, terrific. Thank you very much. You start speaking about it, I'll flip to it. Terrific. What's your name? Christian. Okay, Christian, thanks. I'm Dan. This, just simple back and forth, just like the one on these.
They
Thank you,
have
sir.
another person arriving in about 15 minutes.
Terrific. Thank you.
He's gonna start.
We are expecting, so we're at 1 o'clock, I'm expecting one more person who was told to be here early, about a quarter of. So Patrick Duggan, as soon as Patrick arrives, we can proceed.
Guys are early, so.
Early is good.
Yeah, we're glad you're early. Our late lunch won't be so rushed.
Right.
That's right.
It's a lot, it's a long morning.
You know, as I mentioned to our others, the notes we take today and on our sheets will be turned in after we make our decisions and will become public records, just like what we're doing today is being broadcast live and will become a part of public records. So I'm sure you're used to people calling up something you said way back when and saying, why did you say that?
It happens.
Do you want to start with the overview of your firm? Or do you want to wait?
Absolutely. Sure. If it's okay with you folks, here's what I have planned for you. I have about a 15 to 16-minute PowerPoint that's an overview of the firm.
Absolutely.
I can do that. I can go ahead forward with that right now, and then I'm certain you folks will have questions, and Patrick can come up and take his seat, if that works for you
That
folks.
works very well for us. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And for the public, this is the law firm of Shoemaker,
Just Shoemaker.
Loop and Kendrick.
No,
And we have
that's the
Mr.
name.
Dan DeLeo.
Thank you. I'm Dan DeLeo. I'm a partner at Shoemaker, Loop and Kendrick LLP. Like a lot of law firms, especially larger law firms, they go by a single name, and that's Shoemaker. So that's our branding, and that's what we do. So in a few moments, Patrick Duggan will be joining me. He'll sit here to my left. And as I'm going to explain in my presentation, he'll be the individual who will be designated to be the school board counsel at meetings, et cetera. But we have very much a team approach, and I'll explain that in a moment in my PowerPoint. So first, I want to thank you folks for the opportunity to compete for the work, to give you information about what it is that we do. We're very grateful for the opportunity. I guess the question that is really at issue is why Shoemaker as opposed to some other firm? So I'm going to give you 4 reasons, and I'm going to give you some information to support those 4 reasons as to why Shoemaker is the right firm for the board's counsel. First, we have a proven track record of excellence performing legal work for this board. Second, we have the breadth and the depth of expertise, and I'm going to spend most of my time talking to you about that, particularly drilling down a little bit on our very broad and deep expertise to serve the board. The third reason is we have experience and success representing similar large institutional clients. I'm going to talk to you about some of those, people like PGT. Fourth is our long history, knowledge of, and commitment to this district. So those are the 4 reasons that you should choose Shoemaker. Let me first talk about our track record of excellence performing legal services for this board. Steve Chase, who's one of our team members, a partner of mine, served for 8 years as special counsel to the Sarasota County School District. So believe it or not, I don't know how many of you remember Dick Cooney, but prior to Art, my partner worked for 8 years as special counsel to the district. He worked closely with board counsel, Dick Cooney. He handled all litigation that did not involve insurance coverage, things like class action defense in federal court involving a fired principal, things like challenges to the school board's millage assessment, things like claims against various contractors and design professionals related to school construction. He reviewed construction and design contracts and handled bid disputes. In addition, it says 2017, but it was actually 2016 to the present, my partner, who is here, Doug Cherry, worked with the district and Art Hardy on a variety of projects. He worked with staff, people like Joe Binswanger, who's well known to us, Susan Nations, worked on the Education Channel and related matters. His work includes copyright guidelines for fair use, remote learning guidelines, complying with the TEACH Act, updating policies, including Policy 3.52, the copyright policy, the trademark services, and since 2016, he has worked with current counsel to provide those legal services. 2018 through 2019, Shoemaker was retained to provide legal services related to employment, to conduct investigations and produce reports. Then Superintendent Bowden retained Shoemaker with respect to the investigation of a principal, the Russo investigation. Subsequently, Acting Superintendent Mitzi Corcoran retained Shoemaker to, among other things, review policies and procedures in human resources and to make certain recommendations. So we've done it. We have a track record of providing excellent legal services to this board, and that's the first reason you should choose Shoemaker. The second reason is the breadth and depth of our expertise. So first, we have the ability to represent and advise the school board in all 15 subject areas described in the RFLOI. All 15, but we actually have the ability to provide services that you utilize every day, services like IP, that aren't on that list. So we have, first, tremendous breadth. We can cover all of your legal needs in-house. We also have depth. We have multiple different attorneys identified for each subject area with overlapping and complementary expertise. Let me give you an example of that. This organization, the district, as you folks know so well, is a people organization. So issues of employment are paramount. We have 7 different employment lawyers, all with different and overlapping expertise. That's the depth to serve a client of this size. We are, the district is, the board operates a nearly $1 billion public corporation, nearly $900,000 the budget last year. So you need that kind of breadth and depth in your legal services. We also have significant expertise in those additional subject areas I talked about. For example, hi Patrick. For example, construction, including all aspects of contract review, intellectual property, including trademark, patent, and copyright, lobbying and local and state, federal levels. Now, I understand you folks have a lobbyist, and we're well aware of that. But we have something called shoemaker advisors. You can choose to use that or not use that. But it enables us to provide clients tremendous value add. I can often solve clients' problems with a simple phone call by utilizing our advisor services. So again, it's something that is a tremendous upside and something that we offer that no one else does. Data breach, we have specialists with respect to that area of law, healthcare, and many, many others. So we are broad and we are deep. We have 112 attorneys that would be at your disposal in the state of Florida. We have obviously our Sarasota office. We have 24 paralegals and 112 lawyers and a whole variety of expertise. Somewhere in our organization, there is someone who is an expert in whatever problem the board's facing. Specialized areas of law. So these are the 15 areas that you identified in the letter, requests for information. And these are the individuals we've identified. We could identify many more folks at our firm who have expertise and experience with respect to these issues. But these 13 folks cover those areas. Let me talk about the sort of core team. Although you have the entire firm available to you, this is the team, and let me talk a little bit about their roles and how it provides you flexibility. So the first person on the left is me. I would operate primarily as a relationship manager. It's something we've used successfully for clients this size. Typically what that means is you need to have someone who is looking at our legal processes, who is looking at what it is that we're doing globally, and make sure that you're getting the service that you need, coordinating your legal services, looking at billing, so that if you have a problem, you can contact someone to deal with it. If you prefer to use a different model, we're flexible. We can do whatever it is that you would like. The next person is Patrick. Patrick is sitting here to my left. Patrick is the individual who would act as school board counsel, and I'm going to talk in a moment about his credentials and qualifications, and you will see that he is tremendously qualified to step right in and begin to perform that job immediately. The next individual is Mark Connolly. Mark couldn't be here today because Mark is on his honeymoon. He got married 2 days ago. And I tried unsuccessfully, as you might imagine, to convince this gentleman to cancel his honeymoon and to come here today, and I lost that argument. But Mark is a lawyer whose qualifications, again, I'll talk about in detail in a moment, but he has tremendous experience in local government, more than 20 years representing various local governments, including 10 years with Temple Terrace. And he can step into that role and do that role at any time. So it's redundancy. It's one more voice that you can utilize. Steve Chase, again, is the individual who has, and when I talk about his background, you'll see tremendous experience in a wide variety of areas that can provide counsel. Jenny Compton is our managing partner. She's the number 2 in our firm nationally, and she is committed to make whatever resources are necessary to make the representation successful. And she also is an employment lawyer who's very familiar with the workings of this district and has provided legal services. Finally, Amy McGuire to the far right is a liaison to Shoemaker Advisors. So let me talk about Patrick and his record for a moment. Patrick is a 16-year lawyer. Patrick served for 8 years as in-house counsel at the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, where he worked closely with current Sarasota County Schools Police Chief Timothy Enos and school resource officers. Patrick possesses a wide variety of experience and skills that are necessary to do this job. He has experience with the Florida School Code. He has experience handling the State Board of Education rules, civil rights litigation, including 1981 and 1983 litigation that he's handled, labor law. He, while at the at the Sheriff's Office, there were anywhere from 1 to 3 unions at the Sheriff's Office. He's dealt with labor issues and has a tremendous background and experience with respect to FERC and the other issues associated with labor law. He is very well versed dealing with HR and employment law issues. That's his core function and bread and butter and what he does every day, including providing counseling. He has broad experience with public procurement and contracting. Things like the jail, for example, with the Sheriff's Office, and understands the ins and outs of how that works in a public context like the school board. Due process proceedings, DCF reporting protocols, internal investigations, including Weingarten matters, suspension and dismissal of personnel, police policy, procedure, risk management, best practices, and training. And this is particularly important. I think, he is the only one who came before you today who has very specific experience dealing with a board that has their own police force. He is more qualified than anyone I can think of or know to deal with that entire range of issues. Government negligence litigation he has handled and counseled clients on. Obviously, open government and public records, both in the sunshine and in the shade, and all the issues that come with that. Claims discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, something that he has a long history of dealing with. He understands constitutional law. He understands the issues that public bodies experience and has dealt with those. So Patrick can step in immediately and provide those services along with the rest of our firm. Let me tell you about Mark Connolly and his experience. He has broad experience with the Florida Code of Ethics for public officers and employees, including counseling folks with respect to that issue for over 20 years. The Sunshine Law and Public Records Law. He previously served, as I said, as the city attorney for Temple Terrace for 10 years and has more than 20 years government experience. He has counseled public officials on Florida ethic laws, sunshine laws, and public record laws, as I said, for more than 20 years. He's a 26-year lawyer. Steve Chase. Steve Chase has litigated a number of Florida public records laws and sunshine laws, including with respect to the city of Venice and other public entities. He has done negligence claims for more than 40 years. He is a real estate lawyer, well-versed in transactions like eminent domain, litigation, land use. He previously served as special counsel to the towns of Longboat Key and the city of Venice. And again, he was special counsel to the school board for 8 years. Jenny Compton. Jenny has expertise with respect to the Florida School Code, the State Board of Education rules, Civil Rights Act, labor law, public bidding and contracting, due process proceedings, suspension and dismissal of personnel and claims discrimination. And Amy McGuire is that liaison. She has among her clients the Hillsborough County Public Schools and a variety of institutions. And then there's myself. I am well-versed with respect to litigation and counseling clients on public records laws, sunshine laws, negligence claims, real estate law, transactions of all types, due process proceedings. I've been a lawyer for more than 20 years and counsel clients. I'm board certified. I have a lot of personal accolades and other things that are on my website. We also are a firm that is committed to this community and have been for many, many years. I'm not the only one. It's part of our firm culture. But obviously, I have been involved with the school board in a variety of ways for nearly 15 years. I'm the president of Citizens for Better Schools. I led the community effort for the referendum to pass that referendum. The last cycle in 2014, I've been involved in the last 3 referendum cycles, including raising in the last 3 cycles each about $150,000 to put on that countywide campaign with the help of a lot of other people, including members of this board. The third reason that Shoemaker is the firm that ought to win the day is our experience and success representing similar large institutional clients. And the example that I'll use first is PGT. PGT is, I think, known to everyone. It's a private corporation, but it's publicly traded. It's of a similar size. It's a billion-dollar corporation. We have served them for 12 years and have done so in a manner that's similar to the model that we would anticipate using with you. That is a single point of contact, the demand for innovation and cost cutting, constant review of our legal processes to ensure you that we're operating in a cost efficient, competent manner, and the demand for exceptional, high quality legal services and customer service. At the end of the day, so many lawyers forget, and we do not, that the law is a customer service industry like all others. Some of our clients, again, PGT, Moffitt Cancer Center, Hillsborough County Public Schools, Tervis, these are all well known to you. Helios used to be Sun Hydraulics. The Port of Tampa Bay, Sykes, you may not be familiar with, but it's a very large international firm based in Tampa that provides back office services. These are clients that we use this model and some of these processes with to great acclaim and success. I would ask you to call one of these people up and ask them, call the CEO of PGT, who I know many of you know, and ask him what his experience has been like with our firm. The fourth reason that you should choose Shoemaker is our long history, knowledge of, and commitment to this district. I talked about Steve Chase as special counsel in the 80s. In 2001, Jeff Russell, one of my partners who's now departed, he died of cancer not long ago. He was the incorporator and registered agent for Citizens for Better Schools. He helped to organize that. Since the beginning of that effort, our firm has been involved as volunteers, as helpers, assistants with respect to that effort. We've all grown up with kids either graduating from a Florida County public school, having kids in the Sarasota County public school. I have 2 kids in the Sarasota County public schools. Patrick has a child at Sarasota County public schools. We all either have them, had them, or going to have them. We're committed and embedded in this community and have been strong supporters of the Sarasota County public schools. And as a result of that, we have some knowledge that we can bring to bear to help the representation. Since 2006, I've served on the Financial Advisory Committee, providing oversight for a variety of issues, including budgeting. So I've monitored the budget and a variety of issues that have arisen since 2006. I also served on an ad hoc committee with respect to capital construction. You'll recall way back when this board wisely made the decision to borrow money using COPS to finance construction of our schools at a very important time. I remember going to Booker and seeing the condition of that school and along with everyone else on that committee making the recommendation that we had to borrow and spend money. We have a history with this district. We know it, and we're involved with it. I sat on the Impact Fees Committee and other ad hoc committees. I mentioned that we were involved. I mentioned that we were involved with respect to the Citizens for Better Schools in the referendum. I mentioned Shoemaker's legal work on behalf of the board since 2016. And obviously the graduates from Pineview that we employ, from other schools that we employ, and our involvement. This slide isn't big enough to encompass the level of community involvement of all of our lawyers. Being involved in the community is something that, as I said, is a value of ours. It's tremendously important, but for the purposes of this presentation, it brings client value. Every day, my connections, information in the community enables me to help a client. I'll just give you a very quick description. I serve on a number of boards. I serve on the Sarasota County EDC, Economic Development Corporation. I serve on the Sarasota Crew Board. I serve on the Sarasota Chamber of Commerce Board. I serve on I'm the president of Citizens for Better Schools, the Financial Advisory Committee I mentioned, my neighborhood association. We know and have relationships that are deep in this community, and we bring those to our work. So for that reason, finally, because we are committed to this community, you should choose Shoemaker. Let me talk for a second about rates. First of all, with respect to rates, we would begin with a 10% discount across the board on our rates. But all of our rates are ultimately negotiable. That means that we can come up with a form that suits this client, and we work very hard at the front end to do that. So we could have a single hourly rate, we could have tiered rates, we could have a flat fee, for example, for the board council's work. We would agree at the outset, for example, for a limited period of time, say a year, to work within the legal spend of the previous year, give or take 5%, and absent any extraordinary circumstances. We know it's going to be a difficult budget year. We understand that, and we want to work with you. We are committed to give the board some level of certainty with respect to budgeting, and we're committed to make sure that the rate issue is not an impediment ultimately to this board making its decision. With that, I say thank you very much for your time and attention, and Patrick and I are ready to take questions.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Ms. Bridget Ziegler.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. And Mr. Duggan, thank you. I'm sorry, you were not late. We started early, so I saw your face move But so one thing I wasn't aware of, and Mr. DeLeo, you mentioned that, is that, so Mr. Duggan would serve as the general counsel. Is that correct?
That's correct. We want to give you flexibility. So what we did is we have several people who are qualified to do that. But Patrick is the person who we think is the right person to do this job. We think he has the best set of qualifications to do this, to step in and hit the ground running and make it happen for this board.
Okay, so can I pose my question to you then?
Sure, absolutely.
So in there, as Mr. DeLeo illustrated, you have a breadth of experience, certainly in the public sector, as far as, as he highlighted. One of my questions is, working with a government, a board, and particularly an elected board, there's going to be a lot of guidance that you're providing up here, particularly as it relates to parliamentarian procedures, which I know you can speak to that, your familiarity with that. But also, there's a lot more one-on-one kind of guiding and preparation for our next upcoming meeting. And so those would be delivered with you, presumably, and then if in the we need additional services, you would go to your team. Is that accurate?
I can speak to that.
Okay.
So, for those of you who don't know, I was in-house counsel alongside now Sheriff Hoffman for Sheriff Knight for much of the last decade. With that being said, I worked for an elected official who was instrumental in making policy. So I understand from a practical, real-world sense the need to make policy and make it legally compliant. I understand the obligations under the sunshine laws, the open meeting laws and the public record laws about giving advice to clients in your setting, both in the meetings and before the meetings. And I understand the need to be able to communicate effectively with the elected official, including in a delicate manner when you need to advise the elected official that I would take another route. And I have practical, real-world experience in that type of guidance. It's not theoretical, it is real world, and it is several years' worth.
Thank you very much.
Karen Rose.
Thank you, and thank you for your interest in being here today. In your presentation, Mr. DeLeo, you addressed your legal counsel and your firm as a we, and I understand it would be Mr. Dugan that would provide legal counsel primarily. I do want to be very transparent and state out front that I, as an individual board member, see a profound conflict of interest with you, Mr. DeLeo, in that you have been politically involved in donating to the election of 2 sitting school board members, and you've also donated in opposition of 2 sitting school board members. So I want to put that out there.
Sure. Yeah, let me speak to that issue if I may. First, I would welcome the opportunity to sit down with you, Board Member Rose. You and I have never had an opportunity to do that, to sit down with me and perhaps some of other members of our firm to allay any concerns that you might have with respect to that. But let me speak to that issue. What we do as private citizens outside of our role as representing an individual is not relevant to what we would do here in this role. So for example, our job as counsel to the board is to provide counsel with respect to your problem, to prevent you from getting into trouble. When you do get into trouble, to get you out. We call balls and strikes. We give you the legal advice that you need to make a decision. Whatever Dan DeLeo thinks or thought in 2017 is not relevant. Doesn't even matter, right? So for example, we have a law firm of, hundreds of lawyers. Some of them are Democrats, some of them are Republicans, some of them are independent, some of them give money to this group, some to that group. Doesn't matter. Doesn't affect our ability to be able to provide legal services. Not relevant. And I did know that this might come up considering the article in the newspaper. So I just have a very, very brief series of thoughts, information that I wanted to state that I thought might help to bring some clarity to this issue. I'll just go ahead and say that now. With respect to the issues involving our prior superintendent, Dr. Bowden asked Shoemaker to represent him individually in the fall of 2016. I was one of the lawyers who represented Dr. Bowden individually before he became superintendent. Shoemaker did an exceptional job of representing him individually. Now, I was not the primary lawyer on that matter because it was an employment issue, and I'm not an employment lawyer. I did perform legal work for Dr. Bowden individually for several months. I was occasionally consulted after that time, but did not perform any substantial legal work in the next year and a half. I did not perform any legal work for Dr. Bowden after July of 2018. Now, strictly as a private citizen, I supported our superintendent as I had supported each of our superintendents since Gary Norris. Our district cannot ultimately be successful without broad support for our superintendent, and I wanted our district to be successful, that's all. In January of 2019, Shoemaker was retained to conduct an investigation into conduct involving teacher John Russo. A thorough investigation was conducted and a report was issued. I had no part in that investigation. That report raised questions as to whether Russo's bosses, including now school board member Karen Rose, had properly investigated each incident. During the campaign, the report became a point of contention, and board member Karen Rose was critical of Shoemaker. Following the release of the report, Superintendent Bowden terminated Russo's employment. This was challenged by the union, and the matter was arbitrated at a AAA arbitration. In her findings, the arbitrator specifically addressed the union's criticisms of Shoemaker's report, including the claim that it was somehow biased. After reviewing all of the evidence, she concluded and wrote as follows. Finally, I find no evidence of disparate treatment or due process violations that warrant disturbing the discharge. Despite the challenges to the propriety of the outside firm that conducted the investigation, it was fair and complete. The superintendent's former professional relationship with one of the attorneys in the firm was disclosed in a district-wide email and press release. He was not involved in the routine communications with the firm. This arbitrator's review of the recorded interviews and final report finds nothing improper in the manner in which the investigation was conducted. Shoemaker did an exceptional job in its representation of the district in that regard, just as it has done in all other matters representing the district. In conclusion, these facts in no way impair or affect our ability to perform legal services, and more importantly, Shoemaker's ability to effectively meet the legal needs of this board. Shoemaker and I have no agenda, no axe to grind. We simply call balls and strikes, let the chips fall where they may. We, Shoemaker, look forward to working with each board member.
Jane Goodwin.
Well, I want to thank you for being here today. And I do have a personal relationship with Dan DeLeo that goes back lots and lots of years. I offered to shine his shoes if he would help me raise money in 2010 as a volunteer. I was not on the school board at the time for Citizens for Better Schools. And then I offered to, I don't know what else, but do other things of a wholesome nature for you in later years when you stepped forward to serve as a great chairman of our citizenry in being successful in the referendum of 2014 and 2018. Thank you. We've got another referendum coming up.
We do.
So I have become close with Dan DeLeo. I'm not as familiar with Patrick, and I would really hope to get to know you. I don't know if I know your wife. I think I may. But in any event, in the newspaper this morning, and I mentioned this because it was in the newspaper, and I don't know why this should have been even a story today, because it seems like when things happen at the school board, things get to be stories that really are not necessarily stories. Like a couple of days ago with what the superintendent was doing in equity and so forth. So it stated that Dan DeLeo had helped and worked on the contract for Dr. Bowden. That is not the case. Put a bullseye on my chest. That was something that I did exclusively with work with Art Hardy and Dr. Bowden. It had nothing to do with Dan DeLeo. So just make that statement because that is not correct. But I think we know that we're in a small community, a community that we love and serve and feel strongly about public education. Not everyone feels that strongly as I do about public education, but I will say this. I am here to serve as public school advocate for Sarasota County Schools, and for that I am grateful and happy to be a part of this great school district. So when I make my decision as to who I will decide will be my choice for attorney, it will include looking very closely at Shoemaker, because I think you're a great partner with us on many levels, and you are the largest law firm in this county. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I think I'm looking for a one-stop shop, and I'm looking for someone who has the expertise and the knowledge, but more importantly, the cred and the grit to keep what's important to us, which is the great relevance that we all have and the great regard we have for the Sarasota County School District. So for your work in the past, I thank you, and for all of you who have done various things, and I've met some of you in social settings and otherwise, but I am most interested in looking more closely. Patrick, tell me how familiar you are with our big, thick book of school statutes.
I'm very familiar based on the work I did last year, and just to give you the background on that, I did much of the investigation that we were just speaking of. I had no involvement whatsoever in Mr. Bowden's personal lawsuits, but I became very familiar with the Florida Administrative Code as it applies to the Board of Education. I became very familiar with your policies and procedures and how they interact with the Florida statutes. And I became very familiar with how your organization is run during that investigation, interviewing countless people during the time I was conducting that investigation. I went into that work like I do any representation of clients, zealously within the bounds of the ethical responsibilities of a lawyer. I say that I would be committed to doing that for you, no different than my other clients, which, just for point of reference, also include public sector employees in other locations. So I understand the unique dynamics of the collective bargaining process on both sides of that. And that context of understanding the other side, I think, would bring value to the representation of the school board and the district. And I go into everything I do with that grit that you mentioned and with a thoroughness that you would expect and that you deserve. And I will just add at the end that I am a stakeholder in everything that happens here because I have a son who attends Pineview, and I understand, not just from a legal standpoint, but from a parental standpoint, that the success of this group impacts our entire community, which I love. So I look forward to doing the work if we are selected.
Tom Edwards.
Okay, in the spirit of transparency, Mr. DeLeo is a board member at Sarasota Crew, where I am a member. Mr. DeLeo and I have discussed fundraising opportunities for a program that I co-founded called the Newtown Rowing Initiative that requires community support from a financial background. And so we have had those discussions. My first official act as a school board member-elect was to call Mr. DeLeo and arrange a time for us to meet and discuss the referendum, because during my campaign, which for the record, Mr. DeLeo chose not to invest in, but I knew that he was the man to talk to about the referendum. And that's why I reached out to him. That's why I made the appointment. That's why we met. And that's what we discussed. Because I, too, am an advocate of public schools, and I understand from a budget standpoint that we are not going to be able to perform in a very tight budget year without that referendum moving forward, period, end of statement. So that's why I've reached out. So I wanted to make sure that that was all really clear. And for one last thing, which I'll probably circle back to in a place where we get to make a decision, we have a toxic culture here in our school district, and it's pro-Bowden and anti-Bowden. And we need to get on the other side of that, because we have a superintendent that we have to get behind. I'm tired of looking in the past. I have to move forward. And I want to make sure that we state that publicly, because I hear constantly, oh, that person is pro, that person's on the inner circle, that person was, and I can't function that way. I need to work on getting this district turned around and create public trust. And that is what we have to work on in this conversation. So, now I'll get off my soapbox. Patrick.
Good afternoon.
It was mentioned, and I know Mrs. Goodwin touched on that you have done work with school code and education rules. That's the area that I'm most interested in hearing from you if you're going to be sitting next to me.
Okay, great. Well, like I said, I'm perfectly equipped to do that. During that investigation that I did work on, I spent a voluminous amount of time comparing what your policies and procedures are to what the state requirements are, what the Department of Education requirements are. So I have a lot of familiarity with what's required of you. As an aside, with my prior police experience, I have a significant amount of knowledge and experience about what it would take to run a police department. I know that that is a niche area, but I feel like I can add value to the representation in that arena as well, from a policy standpoint, from a training standpoint, from a protocol standpoint, from a risk management standpoint. I don't know that you'll find somebody who has the same skill set that I have, at least in this community.
If I could also address that issue. Yes, if you are looking with a careful eye at our proposal like everybody else is, this is the area you should focus on. We have the ability to do that work at a high level right now. But I would make this commitment to the board. If you pick us, we will immediately hire someone who has expertise with some of the minutia sections of the code, some of the sections that deal with some of the Byzantine financial and other regulations. We can do that, we can interpret it, but our standard is not mere competence. Our standard is a very high level of legal services. So I would make the commitment that we would hire someone immediately who had that level of expertise to bring our competence up to a very high standard that we hold ourselves to.
I'm Shirley Brown, the chair, and I know we talked during my campaign. I don't know if you contributed or not, but I know that you surely, I do believe you supported me. But I think that if you were to take on the board, I think it would be in all of our best interest if at least those up front would not get involved in any school board campaigns, except for the referendum. Because I just think it just doesn't leave for, good feelings. So whether you have your own personal opinions, I know you can do that, but I would just think that we shouldn't.
I agree.
One of the things that comes out when I look through yours, because not everybody even gave us what their costs were, but your costs are considerably more than what our current attorney has been charging us over the years. And, and at an average of 60 to 80 hours a month, that would make a difference. But I see that you've also given options that we could do a, how did you refer to it, on a fixed fee basis?
Yeah.
Or you would even look at perhaps a 5% cap on increasing from year to year, outside of any exceptional lawyer involvement.
Sure. We work very hard to provide clients with flexibility, and more clients in the marketplace, in the business context, are demanding things like flat fees. So we would work hard to create a flat fee for things that can be flat fee. For example, if we have a good idea of how much time a month that board counsel is spending, we can build in a flat fee and agree to a flat fee. But with respect to your other question, yes, we would agree, for example, to work within 5% plus or minus, absent extraordinary circumstances, last year's spend, right? So that you have some certainty going forward how much it is. Because look, frankly, in my opinion, you need to upgrade your legal services for a public entity that's nearly $1 billion entity. It may cost you a little more. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. But we can create savings for you. So, for example, we would agree in the first year to live within the budget plus or minus 5%. So it's going to cost you the same thing. I believe we can, after a year of knowledge inside your system, give you ways that you can save money. I'm certain of it because it happens with every single one of my clients. Your processes. I'm very familiar with, and we are familiar with, clients of this scale. There are specific things that I'd like to talk about that you can do to lower your costs that you haven't done. We're constantly looking to lower our processes. We constantly push work down to a lower billable rate. There are lots of things that we do to be more efficient because, frankly, our customers demand it.
Sorry, I'm taking notes. Bridget?
Thank you. I want to watch our time, and I appreciate the transparency. I very much appreciate your words, Mr. Edwards. I could not agree more. But I do think there are some substantive things that we do need to focus on. So one of the things was the rate that Mrs. Brown just brought up. Just to note, and I don't know if you know this or not, but I don't know if last year's is a good one because it was an anomaly year and we had the highest legal expenses that we've had in the last 5 to 6 years. So, but I don't think that was intentional. I just wanted to let you guys know that I don't think that's a place that we want to start because it was 2x, maybe 3x more. So I certainly don't want us to go down that way. No. I also agree that investing in certain areas could absolutely create efficiencies and be more cost beneficial to the organization. And that makes all the sense in the world to me. So I don't doubt that. And I do know all of it. I mean, this is a community where we know lots of people. There are many people over there that I know very well. And so I recognize there's an overlap there. I think at the heart of the issue is just to ensure integrity, that there isn't. I think that a former speaker mentioned a long-term school board attorney said something about, the demise of a general counsel is when the board, when there's a feeling or perception, doesn't need to be the reality, that there are certain loyalties at place, and mentioned that's a damaging circumstance. And so, I mean, as the board, we discuss all those things, but I do think that's important, and I'm glad certain things came out or discussed. But to the fee schedule, my only last question was the Shoemaker Advisors. It sounds like that's kind of a concierge service where so that's a separate fee schedule. Can you articulate any information about that, how that works, and what that would cost?
Why don't you go ahead?
All right, great. And I'm sorry, what's your name?
Thank you, Amy McGuire.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to be in front of you today. I did come in early, thank goodness. One, Shoemaker Advisors works on the list.
Is your little red light on?
Oh.
It was. Did I
There
turn it
you
off?
go.
Thank you. Would you like for me to start again?
Yes.
Amy McGuire. I'm with Shoemaker, principal with Shoemaker Advisors. I've been in local, state, and federal work on lobbying side for over 20 years. Had the honor to work for Johns Hopkins All Children's. But I think I would, before I address your question, if I may, it has never been more important in the chairs that you sit in. And I know you see it every day. I certainly see it every day with teachers, with parents, with our kids. I volunteer in 2 organizations that every week we are with middle school kids. And it's hard what you all are dealing with. So one, allow me to just say thank you. And second, I would like to just speak on behalf of our culture, and then I'll get to the question. We only will represent Hillsborough County School District and Sarasota County School Districts, should we be successful in this. And that is because that is where our kids of our attorneys live and play. And we just find that's very important. As the 2 largest law firms in those 2 communities, it is our culture to make sure we give back. And so we too can be very flexible. As a separate wholly owned subsidiary, we work on a retainer basis, but certainly with this, we do whatever works for you all. Like I would just say, we are flexible in that. Certainly it is a very big year. Last week we started committee meetings, and I'm sure you all monitored the variety of what is happening in Tallahassee. So would love to be a resource to you, would love to do what you all could need as you move forward. And I looked at your legislative agenda from 20, and I think that obviously a lot of that has changed. And we work very closely with DOE and with Chancellor Hall and with Commissioner Corcoran and their whole teams, because they are making a lot of decisions that are impacting our schools. I see you smiled, Superintendent, I think. So long way of saying, we would love to be flexible should we be successful in this.
Is that something we could get a range from, or is that something you could provide the board before we finalize our decision? And I know that's kind of an ancillary element.
Absolutely. We have agreed for a second year. Hillsborough County brought us on, as public schools brought us on 2 years ago at $5,000, and that is what we would be comfortable, and that is on a monthly rate. But should that be something that we wanted to be flexible on, we can do the same.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was that? You work with Hillsborough County on a retainer basis? Is this a lobbyist?
Yes, they went to RFP 2 years ago, and we work for Hillsborough County Public Schools. Again, the only school district that we agreed to represent for the reasons I stated. In addition would be this one. And we kind of went in that early, saying if there was ever an opportunity to work with you all, because it's so important to our employees and our teams down here. So yes, we are on a $5,000 a month retainer with Hillsborough County Public School District.
Thank you. Karen?
Yes, I wouldn't pursue this, but since there was more discussion from Mrs. Goodwin, I would like to make a clarification before I ask a question. And that is that Mr. DeLeo was involved in the supermajority controversial taxpayer involved funds and contract with former superintendent, and did address the board and did tell the board that in the community that the superintendent Bowden deserved and needed that contract. And I would not made that clarification if that dialogue didn't continue. And I am very much concerned about bias in the dialogue that we've had about trust and going forward. And for 30 years in this community, I have developed trust. My question is for Mr. Dugan, and you referenced the thoroughness in your investigation, and that Mr. DeLeo brought up, and those investigation results that you did that included me did not come out until a few weeks before the election, before the primary election. And in your thoroughness, you pursued me heavily as a former employee and a current school board election candidate. I did not speak to you per my legal advice being a candidate. I gave you a general statement based on legal advice to me. And my question to you, in that thoroughness, did you question the superintendent and or the assistant superintendent as you questioned me, and include them in your investigation?
Well, the short answer to that is no, but the long answer is the scope of my investigation first involved the conduct of an individual teacher in an individual school, and the follow-up investigation involved the interaction and role between the principal of two different schools, the executive director who oversaw those two principals, and the role of HR in the investigation of the teacher in question and the handling of that teacher over time, culminating with the incident that led to that teacher's termination.
The teacher was terminated after the results of your report or before?
As I understand, the teacher was terminated, and we did an investigation, and that contributed to the collectively bargained process, which included ultimately an arbitration where his termination was upheld.
Thank you.
And then the follow-up investigation followed that.
Thank you.
Jane?
So if you became our school board attorney, Mr. Dugan, and you sat here in Art Hardy's chair, would we become a priority for you above a lot of the other work that you're currently doing? And can you tell us a little bit about how you would see your handling or assisting us with parliamentary issues and normal board work that we would do here from the dais?
I certainly would make each of you a priority and the group collectively a priority, and I would provide whatever counsel that you sought and that you needed. And certainly I would be available for the public hearings and for any time, ahead of those hearings that you needed, and would do whatever was necessary in order to provide you the legal counsel that you should come to expect from Shoemaker if we were selected.
Tom?
So, a couple things that I see here again and when Tracy, you get all of my notes and everything, what you see highlighted in my notes are things that I've the highlighted in yellow are things I've thought about in advance to today's conversation, so that's on public record as well. But in the first paragraph or the first page, twice you talk about being proactive. It's in the first paragraph, and then in the very last paragraph, it talks about proactive client counseling. I spend most of my conversations with Dr. Asplin. He knows that that is a word that I use often, and we're spending so much of my initial board time reacting to so much of what's been going on with COVID and a couple of other issues. But if you could highlight what you mean by proactive counseling, I'd be interested in hearing more about that.
Okay, so may I handle this?
Please.
For 8 years, I represented Sheriff Knight, and without getting into what was discussed because of the attorney-client privilege, I can tell you that much of the legal counsel I gave to Sheriff Knight and to the Sheriff's Office was what I call on the front end. Certainly, they have a similar organizational size, and when I say that, I know that the school district's bigger, but the Sheriff's Office is a large $100 million operation, multifaceted, much like the school board and the school district, and much of the legal counsel and problem solving was in furtherance of policy, was practical, was in furtherance of making sure we're serving the citizens of the community, was in furtherance of the idea that we can do it legally, but should we do it? Is that what the citizens require? Is that what the citizens want? And what I learned during that time is that counsel is very effective in helping avoid litigation by implementing policies, by implementing procedures, by implementing best practices, by conducting employee training, and by distributing and communicating to the various members of the school board and the school district, all the way from the superintendent all the way down to the janitor or the bus driver or anywhere in between. And what I learned that by doing those things effectively, you have the opportunity for considerable cost savings by implementing those proper protocols and procedures, and with the idea being that you avoid much of the litigation on the front end at a fraction of the cost.
This is part of our procedure, our set policy about how we help a client. It's that client counseling is where we provide our value so often. We get to know your organization intimately. We literally embed ourselves in your organization. It's that knowledge, working knowledge of your organization intimately that allows us to understand these are the pitfalls for you. These are the particular policies and procedures that you folks need to look at now, because they are going to be a source of immediate future problems. That's how we operate.
Chair, may I supplement? Yes, thank you. I would also just like to address the proactive, because the legislative process, as many of you know, is a 365-day exercise, and it is very important in what we do with our clients. We purposely keep our clients on the advisor side very focused, and we spend time building relationships and making sure those relationships you have are with them, so that you are regularly communicating with them, they are regularly seeing, and that they're not surprised when they read about some activity, but instead you've already built that relationship. Likely you have many of them, but there are around the state leaders across the bridge. The most powerful education and workforce committee chair is sitting there. So it would be important, and it is important, that you know those and that they understand your issues too. So I would just say proactivity is what we do. We prefer to be seen as a part of your team, part of your government team. I don't know that you would need any of those services, but I just wanted to say that we have those should you.
Thank you. I had some specific instances to ask. How would you handle these calls if they came in from a board member or a principal? One of it is child abuse investigation. There's a family in a school. Kids are coming to school dirty, hungry, sometimes bruised, and several different teachers have called and reported issues. After several weeks, the abuse investigator calls the school and says, "You're harassing this woman, quit making calls." And then a teacher comes to the principal and says, little Joey's got a bruise on his leg. It doesn't look normal. I think we should, report this. What should we do?
We have a legal obligation to make sure that is reported up the chain.
And if I can add to that, I was very involved in the rollout of the DCF mandatory reporting protocols. I'm very familiar with Chapter 39, what it says, what it means. how you can violate it in a variety of different ways. I think that the biggest thing that goes with the DCF reporting obligations is to have a clear policy, because if you look at those statutes, they're several pages long, making them easy to understand for every level of employee, and communicating those protocols and what the expectation is on the front end, and implementing a system where everybody knows what to do when one of those situations comes up. And so that from that point forward, it should be seamless if you have done the work on the front end. And that would be an example of what we talk about when we talk about proactive work.
Thank you. Bridget?
And I see we only have 5 minutes left, so my only request is, and I recognize it's negotiable, but, and I'm not being penny wise, pound foolish, I think that's something that's important, I know you articulated that here, but is there something that can be supplied to the board prior to us making a decision, whether it's 3 different options from a range of cost? Again, just giving you the aspect of if you were looking at last year's budget, that was far in excess of what we had historically been, so I probably would just advise not to go down that rate, but if that's something that can be supplied to the board,
Absolutely.
even if it's a range, so that we can have a discussion about that when we.
Absolutely, and your point about the budget for last year is well taken.
Karen?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Brown. You, Mr. Dugan, have governmental experience with the Sheriff's Department, and but specifically the team that would be working with us. We have addressed with the other firms prior to you. What specifically, outside of the investigations, have you provided in any type of legal counsel?
To the school board or the school district?
What kind of legal counsel work have you done with school boards? I'm familiar with your investigations, but outside of that, in your governmental work, which holds credibility with the Sheriff's Department, what work have you, legal counsel or work have you provided to school boards?
The only work I've done specifically for a school board or a school district is the investigations I participated in. But that being said, I have a lot of experience in government contracting. I have a lot of experience in the public record laws. I have a lot of experience with the open meeting requirements. I have drafted numerous government compliant policies and procedures over the years. And really, I think I can do just about anything governmental, with the understanding that the school work is a niche area that I certainly would be willing to get up to speed on. But the only specific experience with schools or school boards or school district is those investigations that I did.
For Sarasota County Schools, the investigations. Have you done investigations for any other districts?
Yeah, well, I am currently, I think it's a matter of public record, doing an investigation for the city of Palmetto. I have done investigations for the city of Sarasota. I have done collectively bargained grievance proceedings for the city of Sarasota. I have done grievance proceedings for, like I said, a small union in Pinellas County. So I feel like I have adequate public sector experience. I know the dynamics that go into that, and I'm equipped, I believe, to represent you all, and would be very much privileged to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jane?
Social media is a big thing today. Do you think, or do you have any recommendations on how boards can operate within the confines of social media and not get into trouble?
Sure. Certainly there is the intersection of several different types of law. When you get into the social media stuff, you have First Amendment considerations to consider because you are a governmental entity. You have employees, more than one employee communicating with one another, which implicates the PERC and the NLRB type of policies and procedures, and what the restrictions that those type of entities place on more than one person communicating at one time. You have the open record and the record retention obligations. So certainly examining how all of those laws go together with the idea that it's proper to give people a voice for their concerns would all go into a policy. And that, if I were drafting one, those would be the things I would consider.
Tom?
So I know we've touched a little bit on fee schedule, and I appreciate the offer of trying to stay within budget for a year, but your rates are significantly higher, almost double, from what you're publishing on your resumes. So what I'm and I will ask this. This is a question of why I asked to be able to do this on Zoom calls separately. A question that I will be asking all our firms is, what are we not doing today that we should be? Because I will shamelessly steal from all the law firms that give me that answer as best practice. So that's going to be a question, but I'm really concerned, and I heard Dan say we're going to look to find ways to save money, and I get that's part of the proactive piece that's on page 1. But, double in the way I'm reading the document is still a hard pill for me to swallow in today's conversation. I'm going to need something a little more concrete than beyond the first year.
And we will provide that specific rates. Understand they will be significantly less than that. And to the extent that there is some rationale you think for why a particular rate is too high, we will absolutely talk about that rate. We want to be flexible. We do not want rates to be an issue. We will use the flat fee concept. If you look at his rate is pretty comparable to Art's rate. Okay, so right there, it's, I think it's pretty close to 1 for 1. Some of the other rates are higher. Frankly, the market is higher, and I need probably a little bit more information, and we need a little bit more information about the details of your legal spend. And we can give you a feedback. But what I'm going to provide is what Member Ziegler asked for, which is specifics on the rate cap, specifics on the rates. So, Mr. Edwards, we'll provide that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You do come, locally, so you understand our issues. In fact, you probably understand our issues and our board probably too intimately in some areas. And what assurances could you give our board members that are concerned about that? Apparently they're, I wasn't aware of the depth of how some things went backwards, but what assurances do we have from you that you will represent the board or the district in a fair and equitable manner?
I would say first, this is what we do. Okay, we are professionals. We represent clients and look out for their best interest. We have a very complicated and robust professional legal responsibility and code. We will give unvarnished legal advice with respect to your problem. Whatever some individual, not in a legal capacity, thought in 2017 is not relevant. Who cares? Only his mother cares, right? It doesn't matter. We are big fans of the collegial board way of working. We love that. We foster that. We do not want to be political. It's not our job. We give legal advice. We give you good counsel. And we would commit to doing that just like we do with every other client.
You agree?
Look, I agree. Like I said, I'm a product of the Sarasota County School District. I have children in your system currently. I would add that my brother-in-law and sister-in-law are both Sarasota County teachers. So I understand the unique challenges and the heroism that they've shown over the last year with all the social distance teaching requirements. One's at Booker Elementary and one is at Heron Creek Middle School. So I understand the obligations and the challenges that management faces because of my practice and because of those relationships with those two teachers who are very dear to me. I think I have a pretty good understanding of what the other side would say. And so when you combine those things, I have a sense, based on my familiarity with this community and how all of these things go together, of the big picture. I would concentrate on whatever each of your priorities are, and collectively as a group what the priorities are, and we would have flexibility, and I would be as thorough as I could, which has always been my approach to the practice of law, and give as good a counsel as can possibly be given.
When you were talking earlier about your knowledge of the Sunshine Law and the ethics and whatnot, you know, school boards are required now, in fact, all elected officials are required to take a course on ethics. I mean, would it be possible that your firm would even be able to direct that to the board so that we don't have to pay FSBA or someone else to provide that? I don't know if that's something.
We do a whole variety of trainings. I think you did a training yesterday, correct?
Yeah, I've done a lot of employee training, and I am happy to put something together. I've never trained on that specific topic, but I think training is integral to what you guys do here at all levels of the organization, and yeah, we'd be happy to put something like that together.
What kind of employee training do you do?
Well, just yesterday I did one on sexual harassment in the workplace. I certainly have done trainings for new supervisors and upcoming leaders as they get promoted through the organization to make sure that they are set up on day one to take on the new challenge. So what would be analogous would be a program for guidance counselors and assistant principals who hope to one day be principals, and it would be assistant principals and principals who hope to one day be executive directors all the way throughout your organization. And we tailor make those training programs to talk about the unique demands of each of those particular jobs, and so that when they begin the new job, they have a head start and they're not starting from ground zero.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we have gone our hour. Was there any other burning questions any of us had? Thank you for coming. Do you have a closing remark?
I really don't. I just want to thank you all, and we genuinely at Shoemaker look forward to working with every single board member should you choose us.
And we probably would want to be able to make a phone call to Mr. Dugan. Is it Dugan? Duggan?
Duggan.
Duggan. So if we have your contact information, leave with our aide, or so we could either talk to Mr. DeLeo or Duggan about any follow-up questions.
We'll do that.
And we will be having a special meeting a week from today where we will discuss. We can't discuss between each other, so we'll have to talk to you, make our decisions, and then we'll come back on the 26th, again in the public, have our discussions, and hopefully make a decision. And we appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming.
This workshop will be adjourned. Oh, wait a minute.
No.
Pardon me? Pardon me? Yes. The workshop is adjourned, and our board meeting will start at 3 o'clock.